I don't know, it is a different culture, and I was not on dating apps, and Instagram wasn't a thing, and like, I believe me, I had not, even when I was in high school, like even the slutty girls, I feel like never would have been like this. Like the idea of like they would just like post pictures of their ass.
Yeah.
Was like that was not a reality in my, like you had to hook up with a girl to see her ass. Like you didn't just get to say so. Granted, it's a different world. I will say I can understand you being like pissed off about Sneeko being like, oh, I don't want to like have you on the show. That seems like a strange position from him. But I also think that like I think he was done dirty in the club.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I just say that because I'm just trying to repay. I'm just trying to pay it forward.
Fair.
I do agree with you.
All right. There's a couple other things that I wanted to talk about. Okay. Venezuela. I think we really disagreed on this one.
Yeah.
So I was curious about that because I was surprised. Now I don't know exactly what your take was. I was like kind of told by people that you were for the war in Venezuela, and I was kind of surprised by that. So what is your position on that?
I'm all for it. I believe in the Monroe Doctrine. I believe in hemispheric defense, and I think it's legitimate. I think it was a low cost, low casualty, brief intervention that in the end is a huge strategic victory for a few reasons, which is we're going to be able to go in there, increase their oil output, and then take the oil. And then we also get Cuba to boot. John Ratcliffe was down there negotiating with them, and I think that's all legitimate. If you were fighting in Iran, that's on the other side of the world, and they've been preparing for this war for 30 years. They got 190 million people. Venezuela, Cuba, that's our backyard, and that's where all our shipping occurs. Mexico's our number one trading partner. That's the Gulf of America, and Russia and China are spying on us there. China's building all this dual use infrastructure in Latin America, the Caribbean. Russia has military partnerships with these countries. So I think that's one of the few instances where you could say that's legitimate use of American power.
What is the connection to the Monroe Doctrine exactly? Because I see a lot of people invoking Donald Trump kept invoking it, but I don't really see how it's even consistent with the Monroe Doctrine. I mean, number one, we're not. There were two parts to the Monroe Doctrine. Everyone seems to forget the second. And the second part was that then we won't interfere over there. So we're certainly not following that part.
Right.
But the Monroe Doctrine essentially said that there can't be any more European colonies here, that you can't colonize any more of our hemisphere. There were already European colonies at the time, but they were like no more. But that's a lot different than just maybe they do some business with some people we don't like, or maybe there's some, like loose, you know, I don't know, connection to a foreign power. That doesn't seem like the Monroe Doctrine said we can invade any country, invade whatever. We can go to war with any country we want because it's in our backyard. So I don't think that's exactly right. Also, it's not like the Monroe Doctrine is a law. It's something the president said a long time ago. But I don't know. I don't think it's consistent. I would also add, if you're going to say Venezuela was low cost, I think you got to add the Iran war into that cost on some level.
No.
I think there's no question that the Venezuela strike being such a success is a big part of why Donald Trump was primed to be convinced that he could have another big success in Iran. And I think coming off that big success, it did seem to really encourage. I'm not trying to remove blame from anyone else, but it did seem to encourage him that, like, yeah, you can do this. You can be great. You can be tremendous and awesome with the military. I don't know. I guess when we said earlier, when we were talking about the war in Iran, and I said, like, look, part of it's a moral issue for me. Just like, you can't be murdering people like this. How is it? And I don't like to be the guy. I'm not a Christian. I don't like when non-Christians like try to lecture Christians about Christianity or something. So I'm not like lecturing, but I guess I don't see, like, how is it consistent with Christianity to almost like if you have a view, let's say, look, some people died in the war in Venezuela, or Cuban bodyguards or something. I don't know. Not that many people died, but some people died. And if it is like, let's say something's in our hemisphere, it's good for us. We could go kill them and take their shit, and then we'll have their shit. You get like how is that consistent with Christianity?
Yeah. Well, can we get into the Monroe Doctrine stuff?
Sure, whatever you want. Yeah.
So, as far as the Monroe Doctrine is concerned, if you look at it, it has evolved over time. And it seems that it has evolved as America's become more powerful. When it was promulgated originally, we really had no navy, and so no ability to enforce it. And there was a corollary added to it in the late 19th century when we became the preeminent superpower in the Western Hemisphere that basically said, we are the sovereign of the Western Hemisphere. Our edict is the law. Like whatever we say goes. So it is consistent with that. What's more, Venezuela and Cuba are effectively influence from Russia and China, the same way that a colony from France or Britain would be in the 19th century, because they produce missiles, they have spying posts like intelligence operation, they've got dual use infrastructure. And so it does actually represent Chinese and Russian influence in our sphere of influence. So I would just say that. As far as the Christian angle is concerned, I don't think it's very clean because in the era of strategic weapons and intelligence and all the modern technology, it gets a bit convoluted what constitutes national defense, because there's really is convoluted layers, as you know, of strategic thinking about nuclear weapons and how they're delivered, and then cyber weapons and intelligence agencies. So you could say, like, reasonably speaking, if Cuba has some kind of Russian Chinese spying post on it in preparation for some future global war, it is theoretically in self defense to try your best to neutralize that. Now, that doesn't give you carte blanche to go in and, like, well, let's just kill everyone in Cuba because we could do it. But I think within reason, you're able to conduct these kinds of extraordinary operations that are outside of what would be considered like a just war in the Middle Ages. Like, we're going to war with this kingdom because whatever. And in the case of Venezuela, it was so limited. So it's really, I wouldn't even call it a war, even a military operation. We just extradited one person who happened to be running a country that is a criminal enterprise. Venezuela is a socialist dictatorship, and arguably they are like a criminal regime. Socialism's against the Catholic Church.
What makes it criminal? Yeah, from my perspective,
Like,
they're all criminal regimes. But yeah, so but like, well, I mean, it's a different. Some are worse than others. But like, what makes them a criminal regime?
they make money off of kidnapping is huge there. Like, people get kidnapped all the time. They didn't release the hostages.
I mean, you mentioned dictatorship, but you don't believe in democracy. So, like that, I don't say dictatorship to me doesn't seem like that would be a bridge too far for Nick Fuentes.
There's good dictatorships and bad dictatorships. Okay. Point being is, like, if you want to use the moral angle, it's not like this was some kind of like decent humanitarian regime. Like this was.
Well, I agree. Listen, I'm the libertarian, so you've got me convinced. I am no fan of like the Maduro regime or the Chavez regime or anything like that. I guess like the updated just war theory that you just laid out just seems to me to be vague enough for the Israel lobby to drive 10 wars through. Like there's they're in connection with another country. They could, I mean, the nuclear issue is not an issue with Venezuela or Cuba. Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, I think Donald Trump has celebrated how wonderful this is, claimed it was a regime change, claimed we're in control of the oil now. Now, of course, for other factors, but Americans have only seen an increase in oil costs since then. What seems to me to have been accomplished by the war is pretty brutal energy blockade of Cuba. I mean, this is a little island that's been destroyed by communism for many decades. They pose absolutely no threat to the United States of America in any reasonable way. The Soviets aren't bringing nuclear missiles to Cuba. They're trying to get a ship full of oil.
Submarine off the coast.
Well, they were trying to move oil in, which Donald Trump allowed them to do, which I think was a good move. Not worth starting a war with Russia over. But I think that, like, again, these are your people who came up with the just war theory, right? Like, these are all Catholics.
Yeah.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was all Catholics who came up with this. But the idea of at least having some, like, I understand like when Thomas Aquinas and those guys, when they're coming up with just war theory, they're clear, and they were very well aware of this, that they're balancing different things, right? Like you're balancing Christian ethics and then war, which is a very difficult thing, right? There's like the worldly realities of these wars that they're attempting to go, look, obviously Christians can't accept killing someone and taking shit from them. So like, here is the only way that it could be justified is if it's a defensive war, you're attacked, you fight it proportionally, something like that. I just think saying that like this regime ran off of like, criminal activities, I mean, certainly true, but I don't know, it just seems like a justification to start a war anywhere at any time. And I do worry about that because that's, those justifications are almost always used in very bad ways.
I would just say that, again, it just gets to be a bit convoluted because the nature of warfare has changed because of strategic weapons. Like when I say nuclear weapons, I mean Russia and China are nuclear armed, and that means that We're kind of engaged with them in every way at all times. Uh, as long as those weapons exist, we're always going to be spying on them. We're always going to be in some like virtual state of conflict with them, and that is global because the whole basis of the Monroe Doctrine is nobody can touch us because of the oceans. Well, what our adversary is going to do, they're going to try to get on our side. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Bolivia, whatever, or even building the dual use stuff in every other country: Argentina, Peru, Jamaica, Haiti, whatever. So I would classify that under something like self-defense, and with proportionality. Like I said, we're not saying like, and by we I mean me, I guess. I'm not saying like we could go to war with Venezuela and like invade their country and take their sovereignty, take all their supplies. I'm saying though that if they're aligned against us in our hemisphere in a way that's threatening, we should be able to go in and change that. If they want it to be better, they should just align with us. You say, well, Cuba's this tiny defenseless island. Okay, well then you better submit to Washington because you're right next to the superpower, and they're
Yeah,
playing
but
games.
saying you better submit to Washington is how we got the whole situation in Cuba for 60 years. I mean, that was what they said initially. You better submit to
And
Washington.
if they want to avoid that, if they want to avoid a war, then they could always choose a diplomatic option.
So could Iran. So could all of Israel's enemies, though.
But Israel can. I would say that's a different story because
Okay, but that is true about both of them. I mean, I don't know. I guess I just think that I think essentially my take on all this shit is that and I think this is right. I know this is kind of like a boring. There's just not the energy to some of my views that there are to yours because this is just. But I think that the bottom line here kind of is we can't afford the government we have, or even close to it. Like, you just can't afford this. We're living under the biggest government in the history of the world. I mean, like orders of magnitude. Like, it really is. They just look at how much money Washington spends every year, and we can't afford the entitlement programs, let alone the world empire. And so we're $40 trillion in debt. And that's not even representing it because even our entire tax base plus the $40 trillion in debt couldn't pay for this size of government. And so we just have to print the money to make up the difference. And we've printed, I know you might even know some of these numbers better than me, but what is it? Since George W. Bush, I think we've created like 80% of the money that's ever been created. We're just printing trillions of dollars. Now we essentially band-aided over this bullet wound of an economy. And because of this is what's destroying essentially the currency. It's what's making life unaffordable for young people and working class people. And if you're going to continue to debase your currency, you're going to continue to see life like this, where it really does destroy any hope at having a conservative country. I don't mean just conservative like in decent values. If young people can't afford to start families, and all this stuff about like kind of looking for another war and another war when they're even as you describe it, this isn't a war of necessity that you're describing. You're describing a war of choice. Like maybe things would be better if we fought this. I just think it's really bad policy to allow our government to always be in search, as John Quincy Adams would say, of another monster to destroy. These people do not. And I think this is one of the fundamental problems with government in general, and it's one of the problems with the Trump administration and all of this, is that these people, as you said at the beginning, they are not on our team. They're not they're not working based on our incentives. They're working based on their incentives. And if you give them that type of power, I mean, to just kind of say anywhere anyone's interfering that maybe could be strategically bad for us, we can go fight a war there. I mean, man, the military industrial complex is gonna be like, okay, we got some thoughts.
I'm saying that from a moral point of view. From a moral point of view, as long as, because I think the case could be made, like for example, in the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, would you say something like, well, Cuba's a sovereign state. They're allied with Russia, so they're putting nuclear missiles to defend themselves. You would say, no, that threatened us. It's too close. And the same goes even, for other conflicts that have happened in the world. I think morally speaking, it just gets a bit more complex because of the nature of how things are. And I would take it a step further and say, when it comes to this being a war of choice. If you actually look at the strategic situation, we've been losing the Western Hemisphere for 15 years. China's become the number one trading partner of basically all of Central and South America and the Caribbean. And what this does is it allows them then to go in and build all this infrastructure. And that's part of a very concerted play. Like they are trying to increase their influence. They're building this stuff, and they're building this stuff in anticipation that they're going to put their navy there. They have 400 times the shipbuilding capacity as us. They're building deep water ports everywhere, eventually to put their ships. And, like, for example, there's a new technology. They put a missile launch system in a container, like a shipping container. So they could get their biggest container ships, load them up with shipping containers that may or may not contain all missiles, or like in Operation Spiderweb last year in Ukraine, they could contain all these drones. So if there's a future conflict, let's say in Taiwan, do you want Venezuela and Cuba to have Chinese spying posts? And you want a Chinese deep water port in Peru, and they've got all their shipping there, and it's simultaneously surveilling us, but also loaded up with weapons? That obviously puts us in a big disadvantage. So, it's like that other expression: if you want peace, prepare for war.
Yeah.
How do we check China? I don't think it's a war of choice. I think this is we're kind of getting our act together because we let it go in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, well, Taiwan's going to have to submit. I think.
To China?
I don't even know if maybe I say it kind of but I actually agree with you
Yes.
on that one. I think that so you brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's a good example, and I would certainly agree with you that no, that is something that is totally reasonable to go like, no, we can't. I understand you haven't bombed us yet, but I can't be expected to sit here with a knife at my throat and go on with life as normal. This is intolerable. But of course, the solution to that, as you well know, was for Jack Kennedy to get on the phone, and it was not solved by invading Cuba. In fact, when he invaded Cuba, it was unmitigated disaster. But this was solved by getting on the phone and making a deal and saying, "Listen, we can't live with this. So you got to move these back." And in exchange for that, we will pull our, what was it, from Turkey? I think we moved our nukes back. Um, just seems to me like with all these problems, that would be a way better way to solve them. And of course, the US does have tremendous leverage if it were willing or able to use it. Now, this is one of the interesting dynamics with our government is that it's this giant organization, but it's not exactly like the guy at the top just runs the whole organization. There's many factions within it. And if the guy at the top is going with the wind, he's very powerful. But if he's going against the wind, like in other words, if the president of the United States of America is the most powerful position in the world, in some respects. If Donald Trump wants to start a war, he can start a war anywhere he wants to. There's really no more congressional, authorization or even war powers or anything. And honestly, like, does anyone believe, even if they did, if this War Powers Act had passed, and Donald Trump just went suck my dick?
Yeah.
Does anyone think like that anything would have changed? So if he's starting wars, he's very powerful. Now, if he wanted to destroy the military industrial complex, he basically has as much power as me or you. So like if you're going with the grain, you're very powerful, but going against it, you're not. But like for example, if you wanted to end, say, like the war in Ukraine, a little bit tougher now. At the beginning, it would, but we have enormous cards we can play. We can say, hey, look, we'll leave NATO. The U.S. will leave NATO. It'll be just a European alliance. You can come in and we'll leave, but you all work out. Like you could get Putin to stop, but you'd have to give him something. And even as you say this, I don't disagree with like some of the potential issues that you're talking about, and it is a very new world. And look, even as we're watching in Iran, um, I've been at this for 20 years now, and drones in war were just not a thing. It just wasn't a thing. It was a brand new thing when we had them. Now all of a sudden, this is a new reality. It totally changes warfare now when they can essentially close the Strait of Hormuz, if I think, if need be, just with cheap drones. But again, China's been doing over the last 20 years. Well, we've been fighting endless wars and spending trillions of dollars. They've been doing business with everybody. And like, perhaps then maybe that would be, if we want to get into that strategic fight, that it would be to, okay, yeah, let's do diplomacy. There's a lot of shit that the rest of the world really hates that we do. China, when Donald Trump even just went over there now, right? Like, he wants them to stop helping around in whatever logistical intelligence way they've been, and they want a whole lot of things from him. Like we can get things, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's just even things like big military mobilizations in in Asia or something like that. They have a real problem with that, and so us arming Taiwan or something. So I guess my point is just that like we could, rather than like launching wars over this stuff. And look, the Venezuela one didn't turn into like a catastrophe, but you risk that every time you launch one of these wars. And I think we would be much better off at just like being smart, being much more restrained. Saying what was the phrase you used? In order to end a war, you gotta, or whatever. It's a peace through strength, essentially. I mean, I've been hearing peace through strength out of the Republicans since Ronald Reagan. I was too young to remember Ronald Reagan, but I did. I know he said it. They've been saying it my entire lifetime, and all we've gotten for it is permanent militarism, forever wars, crushing debt, and so don't get me wrong. I guess maybe where we could agree, and then we could leave it at agreeing to disagree, is that I'd rather, I'd prefer we be more involved in our backyard and not around the rest of the world. I'd prefer it be in our national interest rather than in some other country's interest. Or, by the way, I don't even really think any of this shit is in Israel's interest. I think this is in what the Likudniks perceive as the interest of greater Israel. I think they've gotten Israelis killed and probably made them more of a hated pariah state than ever before. But I also think, in the same sense, it doesn't really seem to be the way DC works. They're not really working in the interest of the American people.
I agree. I mean, I think diplomacy is preferable where possible, but sometimes it's not possible. And it sounds like a lot of this root causes. You know, it's like
Yeah.
when you go to these Democrats, they say, well, the reason these kids are committing crime is because they don't have like after school programs, and it's like, dude, they need to go to jail. Cops need to beat the shit out of them and take them to jail. And with Venezuela, it's like, look, Rick Grinnell proffered a deal with them. They didn't take it. I mean, because they wanted Maduro to stay in power. And our sticking point was, you got to realign with us, and Maduro's got to go, and they wouldn't agree to it. So we had to go in and take care of them. And I agree with you, though. I'm a restrainer. I believe in restraint. You know, I think that we should be very selective in our engagements, keep them in our backyard, prefer diplomacy, but sometimes you got to kill people. Sometimes you got to do it.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, but also I think there's a lot going on that we don't know about there, and I think Maduro was all tied in with the CIA and a whole lot of stuff going on that we're not aware of. Okay, I'm glad you prefer diplomacy first, Nick Fuentes. I very much enjoy our diplomacy. I hope this doesn't break into a hot war.
Ceasefires.
Ceasefire is by a thread. It's a lot stronger than the ceasefire in the Middle East right now. Dude, I really always enjoy talking with you. Thank you so much for coming back on, and look forward to doing it again.
Likewise, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for listening, guys. Have a good one. Peace.
Okay, that was the world famous Nick Fuentes. Whenever we catch him, we always record him because I like building a library of the enemy. Just like Dan Bilzerian, one of the highest level psychopaths I've ever seen in my life. Dan Bilzerian. Him and Nick are feuding, the Tate brothers and Sneeko. I don't even know who Sneeko is. My friend, do you know who Sneeko is?
You should not know who that person is.
I do not know a Sneeko.
It's bad. It would be bad if you knew who that was.
I also didn't know who Chud, the architect, is.
Do you know Olivia, the Palestinian?
Yes, Habibti, I do know if I see her on a TikTok. She has her scarf on and she is drinking water and getting her lips wet. She's so pretty.
Habibti. Do you know who Weeby is?
So I've been reading Ayn Rand all morning. Back into reading books. I was in a room earlier. I said I'm reading books for a nonprofit to help veterans that suffer from PTSD, and immediately it was claimed that I am committing stolen valor by Regal. And I said, well, you know, I like to accuse people of being redundant on this app and repeating their personality over and over again. And then he said, you know, you're doing exactly what you're accusing people of doing. And I said, I know, but I just wanted to get that out of the way. And then I was told that you're unbelievable. You are unbelievable. So, anyways, I was reading Ein Rand, and it was very good. Reading books is great. And I keep encouraging my friend here to call me, to text me, and say, here's a link. I got a book room set up. I'm going to read for 3 to 10 minutes. And if you want to read, you can read. But I'm going to prove to you that I'm actually reading and putting it on YouTube and using my new phone and creating valuable content for my audience who want to purchase my wicker baskets or maybe come to a wicker basket workshop at the Renaissance Fair. Mm. Maybe you're going to pick up a musical instrument. Maybe you're going to decide to become a musician one day. I already am a musician, John. Here's my YouTube channel. Trying to figure out a good way to cool my room here. There's really no good way to do it other than put the air conditioner in, run it, then turn it off, run it, and turn it. That's what I'm gonna have to do is plug in my air conditioner. I got no choice. I can't sit in a room that's 90 degrees. Rabono Shalom. Rabono Shalom. I was somebody in another room yesterday. I won't mention her name. Was saying, "Stop saying that! Stop saying that!" So I sold her pussy pictures to a Canadian pussy broker. And then I was told that I have to apologize for engaging in comedy. Rabono Shalom. How many times a day do you think Danny says conspiracy theory or, psyop on this app? I mean, I could just imagine her going to a psychiatrist and being like, I'm in a psyop, I'm in a psyop. And they're like, what are you talking about? She's like, you don't know I'm in a psyop. They're like, could you shut up? She's like, no, you're part of the psyop. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep reading Ayn Rand. Welcome to the John Kitover Book Club. What are you doing with your time these days, John? Oh, well, I read books with veterans that suffer from PTSD. That's great, John. Oh my God, I love that for you. Thank you for loving that for me. We're now going to do what I'm talking about. I think it's kind of funny how Ayn Rand always refers to her novels as saying, as previously discussed. She just refers to a whole book. Okay, so this is page 50, The Virtue of Selfishness. I'm also using 2 AI wearable devices as I record this, and I'm looking at 25 different cell phones. using meta and Loki. Page 50. On the question of why man is not a sacrificial animal and why help to others is not his moral duty, I refer you to Atlas Shrugged. This present discussion is concerned with the principles by which one identifies and evaluates the instances involving a man's non-sacrificial help to others. Sacrifice is the surrender of a greater value for the sake of a lesser one of a non-value. Thus, altruism gauges a man's virtue by the degree to which he surrenders, renounces, or betrays his values, since help to a stranger or an enemy is regarded as more virtuous, less selfish, than help to those one loves. The rational principle of conduct is the exact opposite. Always act in accordance with the hierarchy of your values, and never sacrifice a greater value to a lesser one. This applies to all choices, including one's actions toward other men. It requires that one possess a defined hierarchy of rational values, values chosen and validated by a rational standard. Without such a hierarchy, neither rational conduct nor considered value judgments nor moral choices are possible. Love and friendship, my friend, are profoundly personal. Selfish values, love, is an expression and an assertion of self-esteem, a response to one's own values in the person of another. One gains a profoundly personal, selfish joy from the mere existence of the person one loves. It is one's own personal selfish happiness that one seeks, earns, and derives from love. A selfless, disinterested love is a contradiction in terms. It means that one is indifferent to that which one values. Concern for the welfare of those one loves is a rational part of one's self-interests. If a man who is passionately in love with his wife spends a fortune to cure her of a dangerous illness, it would be absurd to claim that he does it for a sacrifice for her sake, not his own, and that it makes no difference to him, personally and selfishly, whether she lives or dies. Any action that a man undertakes for the benefit of those he loves is not a sacrifice if, in the hierarchy of his values, in the total context of the choices open to him, it achieves that which is of the greatest personal and rational importance to him. In the above example, his wife's survival is of greater value to the husband than anything else that his money could buy. It is of the greatest importance to his own happiness, and therefore his action is not a sacrifice. But suppose he let her die in order to spend his money on saving the lives of 10 other women, none of whom meant anything to him, as the ethics of altruism would require. That would be a sacrifice. Here, the difference between objectivism and altruism can be seen most clearly. If sacrifice is the moral principle of action, then that husband should sacrifice his wife for the sake of 10 other women. What distinguishes the wife from the 10 others? Nothing but her value to the husband, who has to make the choice. Nothing but the fact that his happiness requires her survival. The objectivist ethics would tell him your highest moral purpose is the achievement of your own happiness. Your money is yours. Use it to save your wife. That is your moral right and your rational moral choice. Consider the soul of the altruistic moralist who would be prepared to tell that husband the opposite. And then ask yourself whether altruism is motivated by benevolence. The proper method of judging when or whether one should help another person is by reference to one's own rational self-interest and one's own hierarchy of values. The time, money, or effort one gives or the risk one takes should be proportionate to the value of the person in relation to one's own happiness. To illustrate this on the altruist's favorite example, the issue of saving a drowning person. If the person to be saved is a stranger, it is morally proper to save him only when the danger to one's own life is minimal. When the danger is great, it would be immoral to attempt it. Only a lack of self-esteem could permit one to value one's life no higher than that of any random stranger. And conversely, if one is drowning, one cannot expect a stranger to risk his life for one's sake, remembering that one's life cannot be as valuable to him as his own. If the person to be saved is not a stranger, then the risk one should be willing to take is greater in proportion to the greatness of that person's value to oneself. If it is the man or woman one loves, then one can be willing to give one's own life to save him or her, for the selfish reason that life without the loved person could be unbearable. Conversely, if a man is able to swim and to save his drowning wife, but becomes panicky, gives in to an unjustified irrational fear and lets her drown, then spends his life in loneliness and misery, one would not call him selfish. One would condemn him morally for his treason to himself and to his own values. That is his failure to fight for the preservation of a value crucial to his own happiness. Remember, the values are that which one acts to gain and or keep, and that one's own happiness has to be achieved by one's own effort, since one's own happiness is the moral purpose of one's life. The man who fails to achieve it because of his own default, because of his failure to fight for it, is morally guilty. The virtue involved in helping those one loves is not selflessness or sacrifice, but integrity. Integrity is loyalty to one's convictions and values. It is the policy of acting in accordance with one's values, of expressing, upholding, and translating them into practical reality. If a man professes to love a woman, yet his actions are indifferent, inimical, or damaging to her, it is his lack of integrity that makes him immoral. The same principle applies to relationships among friends. If one's friend is in trouble, one should act to help him by whatever non-sacrificial means are appropriate. For instance, if one's friend is starving, it is not a sacrifice, but an act of integrity to give him money for food rather than buy some insignificant gadget for oneself. Because his welfare is important in the scale of one's personal values. If the budget means more than the friend's suffering, one had no business pretending to be his friend. The practical implementation of friendship, affection, and love consists of incorporating the welfare, the rational welfare, of the person involved into one's own hierarchy of values and acting accordingly. But this is a reward which men have to earn by means of their virtues, and which one cannot grant to mere acquaintances or to strangers. What then should one properly grant to strangers? The generalized respect and goodwill which one should grant to a human being in the name of the potential value he represents until and unless he forfeits it. A rational man does not forget that life is the source of all values, and is such a common bond among living beings as against inanimate matter, that other men are potentially able to achieve the same virtues as his own, and thus be of enormous value to him. This does not mean that he regards human lives as interchangeable with his own. He recognizes the fact that his own life is the source, not only of all his values, but of his capacity to value. Therefore, the value he grants to others is only a consequence, an extension, secondary projection of the primary value, which is himself. The respect and goodwill that men of self-esteem feel toward other human beings is profoundly egoistic. They feel, in effect, other men are of value because they are of the same species as myself. In revering living entities, they are revering their own life. This is the psychological base of any emotion of sympathy and any feeling of species solidarity. Since men are born tabula rasa, both cognitively and morally, a rational man regards strangers as innocent until proved guilty, grants them that initial goodwill in the name of their human potential. After that, he judges them according to the moral character they have actualized. If he finds them guilty of major evils, his goodwill is replaced by contempt and moral condemnation. If one values human life, one cannot value its destroyers. If he finds them to be virtuous, he grants them personal, individual value and appreciation in proportion to their virtues. It is on the ground of that generalized goodwill and respect for the value of human life that one helps strangers in an emergency, and only in an emergency. It is important to differentiate between the rules of conduct in an emergency situation and the rules of conduct in the normal conditions of human existence. This does not mean a double standard of morality. The standard and the basic principles remain the same, but their application to either case requires precise definitions. An emergency is an unchosen, unexpected event, limited in time, that creates conditions under which human survival is impossible, such as a flood, an earthquake, a fire, shipwreck. In an emergency situation, men's primary goal is to combat the disaster, escape the danger, and restore normal conditions, to reach dry land, to put out the fire, etc. By normal conditions, I mean metaphysically normal, normal in the nature of things, appropriate to human existence. Men can live on land, but not in water or in a raging fire. Since men are not omnipotent, it is metaphysically possible for unforeseeable disasters to strike them, in which case their only task is to return to those conditions under which their lives can continue. By its nature, an emergency situation is temporary. If it were to last, men would perish. It is only in emergency situations that one should volunteer to help strangers, if it is in one's power. For instance, okay, I'm going to take a reading break there. Hope you're enjoying this. This is mayoral candidate John Kitover. Only in only in an emergency situation. Only in an emergency. Well, you use the soft H there. You're getting better, one day at a time. Hard R to soft H, all the way to just N word. Then from N word, you can just get back to books and call yourself a human being again. Because it's all projection. You know, you are the N word you project. It is your insecurity. Or it is your. I mean, didn't we just read about that? That it's like a secondary projection. Rabboni Shalom. Okay, we're on page 55. It's too hot in here to continue reading. I am going to open up a window. Ugh. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's much better. So I don't know if you know about Dan Bilzerian, but he is one of the most horribly obnoxious people maybe to have ever lived. And you know, I was looking at his X account months ago before he even announced his congressional run, and it was shocking, like beyond shocking. And can't believe some of the things he writes is even permissible under law. That like Department of Justice can't go to Elon Musk and X and say, "Hey, fortunately, you know, you may not want to suspend this user or limit his freedom of speech, but based on these past posts, is it legal to say these things and be in possession of a massive arsenal of weapons? Because he has one of the largest caches of weapons, and he's sitting there asking Nick Fuentes about, you know, A wording or K wording Ben Shapiro and Dr. Netanyahu. Anyways, he's a very dangerous, uh, you know, yeah. And it's so funny because Nick Fuentes is like roasting him for being low IQ, and he like invites people to his house and makes them like leave their cell phone in a room and then go to like a private room. Uh, and they're just like, he is so weird, so low IQ, and it's true. I mean, you just heard me read a book. I just did what like 0.0001% of the population actually does, which is read a book. So I can prove that I'm in the top 1% because I can actually point you towards a YouTube channel of me proving that I've read a book just recently. When 99.99% of the population has not read a book recently, they're just consuming media. And so at the end of the day, this app, even Clownhouse X, everybody is competing with their media for attention in the attention economy. And that's why, you know, I'm glad you bought your phone, but until you start texting me links and say, okay, bro, I'm not trying to compete in the attention economy, you know, you're just consuming my media. And I'm trying to launch you like a rocket, you know, from the slingshot of David, you know, and send you into the stratosphere. And the only way to do it is through your cell phone, my friend. It's the only way. There's no other way. Your cell phone is David's slingshot. You could take out Goliath with that cell phone. You just got to start clicking those buttons. Click, 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 click. Till you've done it 1,000 times, then 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Rabboni Shalom. See, Nick Fuentes is an incredibly gifted communicator. There's no redundancy. It's crystal clear. And then he hits you with a zinger. Like, did you hear what he said? Where he's like, the problem isn't that these students don't have the correct resources. We're spending more money than ever on education. The problem is the police need to beat the shit out of them and put them in jail. I was like, whoa. He just hit him with a zinger. Thought it was kind of funny. All right, give me the trenches of Clown House. Whack 100.
I don't know if it's solid thing on the air right there. Right in between Lil Haiti.
We could easily have somebody come verify anything up there than that.
I lived on Brookdale. I think that was around.
It's brick goods and stuff like that.
No, we're not doing that for sunshine. Sunshine to the room.
You think she gonna fall for about tourists?
Area people like
The what?
anybody from the Bay in here? Oh, what Bumpy? Oh, well, Bumpy in Alaska.
Bumpy Johnson. They know Bumpy Johnson. Do you know King Kunta Kinte out of Detroit? Who opened up King Kunta Kinte deep fried chicken? Do you know Earl's Chicken out of Detroit? Just remember, never go full R word. My friend, you have a tendency to go full R word.
No, you can't go full R.
Never go full R word. Never. It's a projection, my friend. It's all projection.
The chosen prince, that's of infinite space, is the prince, priest of peace, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping star. But we are not so chosen. Burn upon their brows, those splendorous serpents. 19, oh, as your livid woman bends upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
The Illuminati are using AI systems and spy devices and public records across. It's like the pizza.
In the name of Jesus, every devil backs. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold.
Strange superpowers appeared in Gen V. The most dangerous person is
Of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is the first son, and she but to him is knowing its secret flame, and to her the spirit of her seventy. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, or splendor sun. 19 azure the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto. These are fools that adore both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you, all my ecstasies in yours. My joy is to see your joy. She bends in ecstasy, kiss the secret glow of the starry blue are mine, of These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of food. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gem azure is the naked splendor of your wrist. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret arms of my joy is to see your joy. Fourteen above, the gem azure is the naked splendor of new. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her knees. The winged glow, the starry blue, on mine, oh, why doth not heart soul? My joy is to see your joy.
Manifestation of you, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man is a star, for every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, thieves, my unfailing before the children of men. Still I keep my secret safe. Oh, it is me, my eyes, the minister of all. House is in the court. I worship the past and my night shadow. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall for many and the known. Manifestation. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior lord of kings. I unveil for the children of it is me, why I was the minister of your I worship that the calves my light shed over you. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron flows. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. Father bore me with labor and pain. By my body I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the lamb and ninefold feast. By the side and fall. Side fall. By the song I invoke. It is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About the diamonds of her such temperature. The red trial, the reverse, the sign given of none, faded of the Lord. I invoke thee. Of the iron stone with the lighting of day. Of double power in the voice. Okay. My hand is thy sword of revenge. The voice of the seas. And my inside is keen as the horse of my head.
Is now Veracruz. 11 ships, roughly 500 men.
I got to I love I on this mission.
Several large groups have held their independence despite being submitted. Spain ever increasing tribute from Cuba resented it. Russia opened to the
Lord. I don't know your hope.
if it is advised by
My fingers travel on the so rock safety. My fingers I got the one double power in the voice. It's the way of body Mine is the adopted man, and my insight is keen as the ox. I'm a head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father, my mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. My body, I invoke thee. White and pure. By the brightness, I invoke thee. It is the wretched sign of one. Oh, oh Lord. By the brightness, I invoke thee. I invoke I'm a lion vocal. I is the sign of prophets and Bible. I decide to kill. Say this is I'm my I'm a pro lion. So rub my after thee like God of glory. And my fingers I invoke thee. Science, the head of the man. My insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father and my mother bore me with favor and gave me fear. About this, I'm the red and white and pure by the bright star. I am the rivers, for nothing unto the love. Oh Lord, my Savior. The white soul. And scientists keep us dogs. By my head, I invoke thee. Like my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. Here by my body, by their brightness, signs, invocation concludes. And every spell and scourge of God, the facts one not be. Is the head of the I bear the rose and dross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, I pray unto thee, and dwell in me, let every spirit, within firmament, or in the east, or in the earth, or under the earth, thy hand, of working in your erupting fire, the skies of God, I breathe. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Name the sign, Abracadabra. Remember the sign, and the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto him, I'm also well in me, so that every spirit, whether of soul or of sin, find dry land or in the water or the air. So fast to walk.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broken too. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay. Close to quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. This breath of them all. Oh, don't run from this feeling. One more second, you can't stop me. Stop. God's night she's a steady rain on the dust of blood. Yesterday and fades in hush. I need 1,000 songs with babies in mind. Just one deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be the best of it. It's stay pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take wisdom of God, only yours alone. You keep light dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke into. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your twilight. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Fully closed, don't run from the feeling. Second, you can't stop believing. So God, Now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's love, wisdom of God. My heart is open, wisdom of God. As it goes. You are the answer. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Everyone is named, then it fades another. I don't need 1,000 signs or names. Just one deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be so second to the sun. Now it's yours. Stay deep if I breathe. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's yours, wisdom of God. Now it's yours, wisdom of God. Yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart. You found me quiet with my hands still shaking. I was scared, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking in your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Of the 10, 11, 10, 9, 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart and light. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying her like they couldn't drop. It touched my trouble, the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and you promise take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, Take not mine stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that's of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the halls of heaven. 16, for he is ever a sun and shield. But to him is the winged secret flame.
Yeah, that's the part that we don't even know who.
Gods, and I'm invited over there, and there is a hand washing or some kind of ritual that is sort of, this is what's done. I would absolutely not only do it out of courtesy, but as a guest in your home. And
Like, oh my god, girl, are you go sleep? I just hate beggars.
No, well, yeah, I go.
society, and just that. That's how we work out here. I feel like just don't say
Hit me in the face. I ain't trusting that house.
Don't fucking play with me. I ain't it. I don't got this shit. I'll be thinking. But in my telegram.
Okay, this is Patty from Clubhouse. She's having a mental break. She created a room called "You Play It Again, Now You Blocked for Life." She's putting it in her telegram. She is pissed.
Idea again, and I'm like,
You know what I love how they're a mix of religion, politics, and fucking sexual stuff. Oh, it's a well, I'm not fucking anymore. But that one there, thank you.
And to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. Ye burn upon their brows a splendid serpent, 19, oh, as your forbidden and bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest be. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is the verse and she what you is secret light and to her the skies. Seventeen. Upon their brows, all stood 19 miles. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret which I have given unto These are fools like adore. Both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am a boy, and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Depends in ecstasy, just the secrets. The starry blue are mine, of not one soul. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 love you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For it's here above, the gem as your is, the naked splendor of light. She bends in ecstasy, riches, the secret of my joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gender joins, the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of the winged glow, the starry blue of mine own soul. My joy is to see your joy. For the children of still say all that is like my eyes, the minister of all. The couch is in the night shadow. My servants be few and secret. And the Lord still so of the company of every man and woman is a star. I felt me, oh Lord, Lord of oh, children of
'Tis me why I was the master of Papa. My mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, I know. Only begotten child of my father and mother, my father is dead. Me with our by my body I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the Son. Oh, and my soul. Doing for
I don't know how you have two natures. I got one nature. How was the spiritual nature?
Hello, moderators.
Like the poll?
Good afternoon, moderators. Angel Smiler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John. So how? So to explain, I wasn't. So that wasn't a relevant point. I can agree with you. The point that
by the song I invoke.
You could extend the argument, is what I'm saying.
Hello, moderators.
So the human nature is like what makes a human a human. A soul of nature is what makes a soul, and you can't conflate those things.
Hello, moderators. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue. This is John. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's popcorn, John. So if you want to.
Okay, well, I just want to interrupt then.
And just butt into the conversation. Sure, John. We've been waiting for you.
I want to say hi to Caleb down there, Rabbana Shalom.
Just saying, but thank you so much for waiting to the peak of the conversation to butt in. So we have to start all over. Thank you so much, John.
You're welcome. Well, I want to say I just screenshotted all of that information about the Hegelian speculative philosophy. Very interesting stuff. And I just want to say, I don't want to interrupt your flow and what you're saying. I would just request in the future, within 5 to 10 minutes, that for 60 seconds you let me read one page from Ayn Rand, which is objectivist. Okay, will do.
Well, 25, 25, yeah, 25, 25. That's it. That's funny as the. Yeah.
See, that's an investment in yourself. That's an investment in your values.
Interesting point, right?
You're the matrix.
Oh, hey.
I think he's gonna leave but come back.
Yeah, I think he said, yeah, on the train, I think. I agree with you, Smiler, but that wasn't really the conversation.
I think it was a part of the conversation because when you're giving particular critiques.
Yeah, just gotten to this point, and I just wanted to read this. I just wanted to show him where to read on the thing, and then you guys can continue this conversation. I don't really mind. So if you click on the top, right?
Yeah.
And then you're in the Wikipedia.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor.
On social media platforms.
My body I
Of double powering the face. My hand is thy sword of faith. Mine is the head of the man. I'm inside the skin of the hawks on my head. I invoke it.
Hey, Jacob. Jacob, can you hear me? Jacob. I'm gonna come back.
Struggling for that little moment.
You over there or something?
Hello?
Oh wait, oh yeah. Oh, it gets on record. My name is Explorer.
All right, calm down, buddy. A little bit too much partying in Bangkok, right?
Yeah,
Hey, John, how you been?
my brother. Hey,
Crazy. Hey, what's up?
Jacob, I got an event for you to come meet me and two guys down on what is that, North Avenue Beach?
You anymore? I don't want to get shot.
Well, this is like an EDM party. The tickets are maybe like 40-50 bucks. It's on the boat. It's on the rooftop of that boat.
You shut the fuck up. My friends are in Chicago. Thank you.
I'm good. Everything is good. I met a guy at the bar, a friend of a friend, and he's like, "Yeah, my dad was a Marine. In 2002 to 2004, he was in Iraq, killing and fighting the Iraqi."
I was the kid.
He's probably 20, 19.
I feel old now.
So he must have had the kid when he was 21 or 20.
I wasn't a Marine though.
And his dad's 40 years old.
I never fought the armed forces. My dad did. I always told him, not me. Remember, you spoke with my wonderful father, who's the meanest person that God ever made.
He's a Marine. That's you. You know, I don't know if I ever told you the story, but I got an email from a general and from his office, and it said, you know, he has an open door policy. If there's something you want to discuss, schedule an appointment. So schedule an appointment. I go into the general's office, and you know, before you can go in, you have to knock, take 2 steps back, and then um, issue your announcement, which is, you know, General Cadet Kitover reporting his order, General. And then he goes, come in. And then you go in. Yeah, and then you basically go in, you salute, and he has to return your salute, and then you drop your salute, and then you stand at attention, and then he says, what do you want?
Did
And
you ever say Eddie?
yeah, he does. And then
Like, you say whatever you want, or within the conduct of what the army says you can say?
no, it just means you can stand normally, as normal.
Oh,
But then I said that he said, sit down. So I sat down and he says, what do you want? And I said, well, I guess, can I first ask you a question? Why don't you have anything in your office? He had nothing in the office. I'm not kidding you. There was nothing in the office but a chair, another chair, and a coffee table. And he got in my face and he yelled at me and he said, because I'm a fucking Marine. I was like, holy shit, holy shit. No, I was on a college military campus. He was, yeah, he was a veteran from Vietnam, and his nose was blown. He had no nose. His nose was blown off in a gunfight.
more combat than any other whatever. These guys will get bored in here. We get people from Turkey. We got people from all over the world. Everybody thinks I'm Jewish, so I'm getting a lot of Muslims here that like blow me up every so often.
Yeah, because they want to know what it's like talking to a Jew.
I'm not Jew, you know that.
It doesn't matter. You can just play the part. They're just here for a dopamine experience. Encouraging people to be fake Jews. Hey, why not? Let's see what happens.
About each time the diamonds are ready, white and pure.
No.
It's on him.
Yes.
Diamonds are red, triangle reverse, sign of the plan, say it out, oh Lord. By the Lamb and the holy. Diamonds of white, soul with gold, the flashing light that's aware by my robe, by the holy. I found that. Okay, no. You're fine.
There right now.
My fingers travel under the run. By my fingers, I can go deep. I can run down double power in the woods.
I'm a man. She's a man. I'm a man.
governorship in Arizona. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Because I don't think that Trump has as much sway here as he does in a lot of other places. But I will tell you what does, and it's even worse in many ways, and that is Turning Point USA and the Christian nationalists. So my jury's out. Gonna happen.
If your friend got stuck with that ticket, if it's a non-refundable, I'll be happy to take it off her hands. You know, like at 50% face value. I do her favor. I mean, I can do that for a friend of yours. I can go to Tahiti for a friend of yours. Thank you. Now you understand finally who Gary is.
What a nice guy.
Exactly. Could use some more hands. Armaze followed by Les. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I think
I'm looking at it.
what's going on in our country, and in regards to this
Universe. Because he cannot cope with the raped parents who tell him that he is guilty by nature.
And his politics is evil.
The thinking
It was a little bit over $400 shy of being
is blessed of
city.
the doubting
They didn't see it yet, but I'm sure like many of us.
to enter the kingdom.
And I would say, most people would say, yeah, right.
Who in hopeless despair gives up the attempt to solve his problems because
just suffering
into an autistic universe by nature that his body is evil.
Are you suffering?
The thinking
that's
is
all.
evil. The asking is the blasphemous. The doubting is depravity. And that he must obey the orders of the supernatural.
The first happens to be the most expensive.
Mind sacrifice.
Equivalent of like $1.
If it is a virtue,
What they did
we're to make the manifestation of
electric cars here. Food is cheap. I mean, there's all kinds of street food.
Right. You have to stop, but what about if you're on a Mexican Facebook?
Like I'm talking about like the average. Everyone complained about not like that's certainly what happened. But I'll just here a family, my house, farms, their kids.
Elon Musk on Saturday night in video games with a bunch of autistic car ones. On X Spaces where he goes live underneath the name Adrian.
They're sort of traditional. And the person probably know there's no
Declare what all they demand of man is that he sacrifice his happiness. All they demand.
Thank you, Armaze. I want to know where that is.
I'm just bringing it up right away so we can avoid the obvious redundancy. Past that. And so, and then
I don't know.
bringing it up right away so we can avoid the obvious redundancy.
Yeah, regular stuff. Almost 24 feet of. So 24 feet of the liter is $5.50 a gallon. So, I don't know what parallel universe you're
Into an autistic universe.
That's what John Paul
Evil.
got them to cap the gasoline prices at 4 pesos per liter. Am I correct you?
The state of a schizophrenic. You know, Rico is a good example of a man who actually repeats himself. Well, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop.
We're eager at heaven today.
The kingdom of heaven.
Well,
Well, the neurotic.
apparently true.
Into an autistic.
The average cost of
universe.
gasoline sits between 23 and 28.19 pesos per liter. The Barcelona USA, depending on the region and the fuel. This is according to Mexico Now. I don't know the site. It's some kind of website. You know what that is? Mexico Now. News site. Mexico Now News.
No, I'm not familiar. It's a big Telemundo or.
Yeah, but this is.
I want to comment on it.
Yeah, ministers in our government, they are represented in the army. They
Has a lot to lose. His heart has been.
Oh, okay, yeah, you did that. Right. Here, I'll go afterward. Okay.
Okay, you got Freddie and Jake. No, bro, I'm done with this week.
No, you're not. You about to talk about.
To be fair, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do like a bunch.
Well, what's your thoughts, Freddie?
Yes, exactly. So you have to catch up. Is that it's very important, but that thinking should not slow you down in developing that because it's critical for your existential survival, right? And like one person doesn't get to think about the ethics of the wars. That person surely doesn't get to think about what would be the safety risk of such a system. Well, of course, sir. Just wrong decision.
Now we shall know that the chosen priest, the ox of infinite space, is the prince priest of beast, and in his woman called the scarlet is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the halls of men. 16, for he is ever a son and shield born. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping star that we are not so chosen. 18 born upon their brows, O splendid serpent. 19, O azure lidded woman bent upon them. 20, The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, and so infinite space, is the prince priest beneath. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is the birth and she moon. But to him secret layer and the first star. So sweet. Burn upon their brows, oh splendid serpent. Nineteen hours, your little 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto These are fools that adore both their gods and their men of fear. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13. I am the bully when I hit you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of food. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill. 13 and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Pointing above, the gentle azure is the naked splendor of night. Ecstasy to kiss the secret arms of my joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gender azure is the naked splendor of new year. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of flowing in the starry blue. Oh, night, oh, wake up horse. Is to see your joy.
The unfurling of the company of heaven, every man is a star, for every number is infinite. There's no difference. Oh, these I for the children. House is in the my servants be few as secret, then shall and the no. Manifested of the company of a star. Oh, warrior, lord of It is revealed why I was the minister of Woodbaka. My mind said already. Is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. On my head, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the Son by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my vein I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. By thy body I invoke thee. Reverse the sign, given of none, faith, God, invoke thee. Of double powering of Christ. My hand is thy sword of refuge. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke. I am God, child of Father, Father is there. My mother will grant about me. Time the diamonds are red and white and pure. Fight a fight, the Italian Right, I'm the reverse, the sign of the Lord. I don't white sword with gold, except flashing a bite that's a wear by my robe, I am gold. Sometime by the sign in gold. My tongue and mine the by my power, I am gold. My fingers travel on the supper, surround. I get the one down, double power in the voice of stuff. From the word I hold. I am in the adoptive man of my insight is keen as the heart. On my head I am hoping. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother, my father. My mother, nobody I am hoping. By the brightness I am hoping. Oh, oh no. I am Mine is the head of the mind. My insight is keen as the ox. My head. I am the old thoughts and child of my father and mother. My father is you. I am the born with I am the red and white and blue by the brain. The red, I am the river. Hold on. So I so scientists as the ox. I find like my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me home to my body. I their brightness.
I'm like watching myself. I'm like, oh, I look creepy.
Signs. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one not be. Mine is the head of the I bear the rose and cross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light. The sign at each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, I say unto thee, I bear the rose and cross of life and life. And the sign, remaining in the sign, it concludes.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than night. My feet turn gold in your eyes, and my old night broken too. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. It's the deepest breath in all. Oh, don't run to sleep. Oh, I said you can't stop me. Stop. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Everyone gets named, fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs, name isn't much. Just one deep breath, one breaks, and the rest can't be rest. I think it's ridiculous. No more. Don't think stop. Stay near if I break, pull me through, teach my hands to release, but I cannot hold with you. Ten minutes, I'm breaking apart. So wait, it's more wisdom of God on yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broken too. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Cloud and wall. For we close doors on the second you can stop believing. So God, now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's love, wisdom of God. My heart is open, wisdom of God. Oh, your touch is love, steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every moon gets named, then it fades on my heart. I don't need 1,000 songs or just one deep breath, one brave step, and stop thinking. Take a deep breath. Songs on your face. So now it's stay near if I breathe. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Now it's your wisdom of God. Now it's your wisdom of God. Now it's your wisdom of God. I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of quiet, still shaking. I was like a name like in the drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole stopped. Stop thinking in jobs. Take the deepest breath of the day. I'll pretend I'm 11, 10, 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart and light. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, then your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, and not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, clouds of infinite space, is the Prince priest to be. And in his woman called the scarlet is all power. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and shield moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 born upon their brows of splendid serpent. 19, oh, as your forbidden woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, I saw infinite space is the prince priest being. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is the birth and she but to him is in secret layer, and to her the sky star. Eighteen burn upon their brows, oh splendor stern. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto. These are fools that I adore. Both their gods and their men are free. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 in the glory and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Depends in ecstasy. Kiss the secret glow, the starry blue are mine, wake of Nagunzu. That man of gold, both fair gods and their men of fool. 12 colorful children under the stars that take your fill of love. 13 above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the temple azure is the naked splendor of you. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret arms of the stormy blue, for mine away my thoughts. My joy is to see your joy. Fourteen above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New Year. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her deed. The winged ghost my joy is to see your joy.
The unfurling of the company of heaven, every man is a star, for every number is infinite, there's no difference. Oh, it is making my likeness, the minister of all. The tax is in the times. The plans and all night shed fall. My servants be few, where secret fetch. Will manifest it. Every woman is a star. Infinite. There is Five help me, O warrior lord of kings. It is revealed when I was the minister of my worship, my shadow. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. On my head I invoke. The only begotten child of my father and mother, my father is dead. Father, me with favor and faith. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the side of side and fall. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke me. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Out of the diamonds of her sweet and pure, my the sight for thee. The red sun river, the sun given on faith of the Lord. I invoke thee. Of double powering of voice. Strike the mystic draw the flaming sword. During forest of my hand is thy sword of revenge. Sophists. Mine is the head of man, and my insight is keen as the hawks on my head. I got father and mother. Father is dead, my mother will about me shine, the diamonds are red and white and pure. By the bright and sunny and bold. By the red, bright diamond reverse, sign of an upland, step up in oh Lord. By the lemon I am holy. Garment of white, sold with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I am holy. A sign of sun time. By the sign I am holy. My tongue and mine by my crown I am holy. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, surrounding by my fingers I am holy. I get on down, double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I am holy. Dark waves of mystics on the wind. Strike! Strike on, stuck over. Oh! God, I feel so good. Ring. Up and down. By the song I am holy. I am is the adopted man of my sight is keen as the hawks. I'm ahead, I am happy. I am the fucking child of my father, mother, my father is dead. I'm involving. Showing flight. Saying why is this one? Oh Lord. I'm trying to get my fingers so wrong. My God of glory. My fingers are involved. Forget you. I don't Mine is the head of the man. My insight is keen as the axe. By my head. I am the only vaccine child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. Fear my body. Shine the diamonds of red and white and blue by the bright side. It's the red triangle reverse side. Free of none. Love you. Oh Lord, my baby. Gone the white stone. And my insight is keen as the ox. By my I like my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. My body, I know. Diamond of radiance, vibrant door. I their brightness. Size. Seasons of nature to the blue. Something to run. Free spirit. Fucking nice. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my peace. It's the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and
Yeah, that's why the Lebanese, many of the Lebanese,
All right,
and they wanted to protect the Maronite Christians, which they were all expelled, obviously, by the Muslims. So there's barely any Christians left, and they're barely part of the government at this point. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
The geographic area between Jordan River and Mediterranean Sea has been referred to by variants of the name Palestine for over 3,000 years, evolving from an ancient regional descriptor into an official administrative province.
When was it an official administrative province?
So what El Normo said was told.
Greek.
We can clearly,
Yeah.
please don't cross talk. Please don't cross talk. And I just want to get my point uninterrupted. And El Normo's not going to respect the order in the room.
You have to think about me, don't you? Though you had a little thing.
I hope you don't. So
Well, when he talks about me, I feel like I should respond.
Yeah, but oh no,
He said it.
old enough to not to let you monitor.
What's that?
yeah, so it all started ancient Egyptian records. They have the beginning this reference to the area. It was called Palestina, and then it went into the Philistines, and then we have during the 5th century BCE, we have first written record of the name used to describe the entire region, not just the coast. Comes from
Where is that
5th
record?
century Greek historian Herodotus.
So
It's
you
first
and
century.
Napoleon.
He labeled
Look at that.
Phoenicia and Egypt
You're
as
using
distinct
collective.
as district of
theory.
Greek called Palestine. Later philosophers, including Aristotle, adopt geographical term.
Yeah.
Early
But there was
Roman
never a
period.
Palestinian.
During the life of Jesus and the early Roman Empire, the official administrative name for the Judean mountains and surrounding area was the Roman province of Judea. However, contemporary Greek and Roman writers still used Palestine informally as a broad geographic designator for the wider region.
Yeah.
So this idea, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, just one tiny thing. Yeah, so Napoleon used the term Palestine in the 1790s. Norm, how do you get around that?
So
I think the answer to that question is that it was geographical designation. Right. I looked some of the language stuff to this. I looked up some of the language stuff to this, which I thought was interesting. It's Encyclopedia Britannica, so at least I found the Encyclopedia Britannica a little
did he leave? He left.
The word Palestine comes from English to Greek. In Herodotus, as concrete properly mentioned, and the Hebrew Bible, well, the Egyptians and Assyrians, earlier sources in inscriptions refer to the people called some variant of Palaset or Palastu, respectively. But whom these terms refer to remains in the Hebrew Bible later used a similar term, Palatet, to refer to the Philistines, a people in the Aegean. So it went from all of those names to being Philistia first under Greeks, to then being Palestina under the Romans, and then translated through the centuries. That's
Is,
I just know like
is Greek, is that what we're breaking that down to? Because a lot of people use the Greek language to break down a lot of things because English is not as, I would say, first as Greek is a lot more expansive. And I guess that's why people use it. So are you starting with Greek first, or what other languages are you looking at?
so the people from what the Encyclopedia Britannica says, the people at the time referred to themselves as Philistines, but other people around them referred to them as Pelishtet, Pelastu,
In the Bible, it said it was Peleshat with an H. And that gets translated into Herodotus Greek as Palestine. And that then gets translated into the Roman place name Palestinian Major, Palestinian Minor. In fact, the Greek overview of this is, at least I found quite interesting. It had several different names for the house. Essentially, it's split into 3 separate regions. And so then there'll be some of life of its own. The Romans use it as a place designate, not as a country. It describes a geographical area in which there are different city-states at the time, and then slowly evolves into what we know it as today.
You mentioning the modern states are the new, relatively new historical term. So starting from 19th century national states, so we didn't have. So why is that point? Because geographical or not?
I was only telling you what the Encyclopedia Britannica said, not my own opinion. That's how they described it in their overview.
Okay. All these Middle Eastern countries are relatively new and become independent, except Egypt after the World War II. So.
Look, were you reading the? What did you say that was? I'm gonna have to check that out. What was that you were reading? Britannica. What was that?
The Encyclopedia Britannica. And just sent you the sources in the back channel so you can look at them.
That's a reliable option because some things I look up and I'm like, books. I'm gonna check that out. Some of the other things I try to, look up on the internet. Some things are redacted, or when you try to look up certain information, and I don't know why. It's like I feel like some things they trying to hide. Don't hide. Tell us.
Well, the part that I read, Setting Restores, said that before the Israelites conquest of Palestine, the Canaanites dominated the region, and the town of Hebron was an important center. And when the tribe of Israel invaded the country, the tribe of Judea claimed the entire region just south of the site of Jerusalem into Negev region, the area south of Beersheba. So where is that? Is that Israel today? Question.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that region of Israel. The Bible speaks of all the area. Yes, ma'am.
Syria, Gaza, and all that.
Temple Mount in that area. If you keep reading, there's some stuff that talks about the Temple Mount and why people to this day continue to fight over that part of the world, because that is supposed to be the place where they say when Jesus comes, he'll be on the Temple Mount or above the Temple Mount. So that's why that kind of stuff is important. But yeah, that region is important for that reason, and that's why people fight over it today. It's not oil they're fighting over. I believe that people are fighting over that region for religious reasons and the land that is there.
I'm from Middle East,
Okay.
and I tell you my view. I will tell you something you will remember in the future. I think that the Zionists in Palestine, they will stay 1 year and then they will vanish from Palestine.
Spanish and what? I'm sorry?
They vanish.
And she mean like here, like
Magic?
Yes, they will immigrate outside Palestine. So they are cowards. Because they are cowards, and because there will be a war in Palestine, and Palestine will be free. I think after 1 year from now, I will remember my wars in the future.
We don't have a book on except for the war, brother. We America in there, we won out. We I don't know. I hope you're not talking about us staying over there for a long time. We really don't want to. I don't want us to be putting our soldiers in harm's way. And you know, if you can stand up and muster to stand up against your oppressors, I hope y'all can do that. You know what I mean? But America, man, we should not have to risk our soldiers and put our soldiers in harm's way. I hope that is not the war that you're calling for, man. I really hope not.
I think that the American people also hate Zionist and Israelian because as you know, Trump paid a lot of money for he support Zionist in Palestine, and as you know, when he make a war and fight with Iran, so he like threw the money in the ground, as you know.
Well, I know Black Americans don't hate Judea.
So I think that Palestine will be free. It will be it will not be later, but will be as soon as possible. I think it will be that scene will be soon. I think it will not be far. It will be near.
You're saying you think within this year or sometime here soon. I know Donald Trump eventually was trying to around about say that maybe the war will continue. I really hope not. And then you got other people saying that it's come to an end. I don't know what to think. I just hope that this so-called ceasefire stays in place. I really don't want people dying.
Yes, I think Trump is just a bullet guy. He make a war and fight with Iran. He's mainly because Iran has a missile program and nuclear weapon, but I think that he make a reason for himself to invade Iran. I think, and I think that Republicans are worse than democracy party. Do you agree with me at this point?
Trump's dumb. Yes, I agree. He's dumb. I do, man. Yeah,
I hate Republican party. Yes. By the way, George Bush was from Republican party, and he invaded Iraq in 2003. And also Trump, he said, he almost said he will do any war in his interval, in the USA. Now, can you see, as you see what he's doing now? He just make a fight with Iran, and he fought Iraq. So that's the thing. The Republican are the worst party in USA. Democracy party, I think, is it's like better left than the Republican, I think. But not from the
Donald Trump has caused all kinds of problems, and I'm sure you guys on this stage
a lot of y'all, I don't know how many people in here are Republican, but if you're a Republican person, you might want to call on Donald Trump to end whatever he's doing as well, especially if it's hurting your pockets, because the prices, regardless of who you are, they're gonna touch everybody. You know, if you're rich, maybe that doesn't matter, whatever the case may be. But a lot of other people who are not, it's affecting them, whether Democrat or Republican. That's what I mean, and that's the problem.
So my biggest problem that I have, like whenever we have these rooms or we talk about what's going on in Iran, a lot of Western Iranians, or at least I believe that they're Western, they'll come in the room and they complain about Palestine, like how American people would twerk for them and they're not twerking for us. And it's like it's created some kind of rift between two countries that probably have a rift. And it's weird because we have our reasons for why people have put up videos about issues in Palestine. We got the WHO trying to freaking get food in there. The flotillas that have had doctors, medical supplies, food, trying to get shit into the country. We've seen the pictures where the country has been into rubble. I get it. What's going on in your country is fucked up, and I totally agree. That a fucked up ass government. But why are you mad that Americans are upset about what their tax dollars are going towards? I don't get it. If somebody in here is an Iranian, can you explain to me what is the issue in Palestine? When we like support like having them being able to have access to food, basic needs.
Betty, I think that Trump wastes your money as you for American people, you're wasting your money. You agree with me?
Wasting our money on what? I'm confused.
Right.
In the matrix.
So, you know, what happens?
What are we wasting our basic money on? No. Maybe you want to answer something because you came up here.
Yeah, I do. I just want to know, yeah, are we supporting Palestine or I like Palestine and also Iran. What is the problem? I just want to know why is the
here? You haven't even been in here before, so well, you have, but you haven't been in. Maybe you haven't been around when sometimes we'll have Iranians in here get upset and say something negative about Palestine, and
who did that?
yeah, they got
slap them. I want to slap them. Where can I find?
I was just asking that question. Obviously, you're not of that, but there are a lot of them that come in here and say that.
Sorry, pretty, but pretty. Just tell them come to find us ad. You know, find me.
Do you have a problem in gasoline in USA?
We have a problem with gas prices.
Yes, gasoline.
Yes, we do have a problem with gas prices. Yeah, I don't. A lot of Americans do. Yeah. Well, yeah, I do have a problem with it because it still is. My groceries are higher. I went to the grocery store, and this was even. I think this was when the war started off, and I was in the room, and one plastic bag of groceries. I can tell you this: I paid $200 and something, and I had 4 bags, and the 4th bag was like the bag was the bread because you know you keep that separate. So it was 3 bags. 3 bags of groceries, $100 per bag. Yeah, it does look like
food products. Yes, it will
No
affect the
way.
food product.
Man, there is no way that you should be paying that in food, man. Let me tell you, man, you can get food, man, from bulk suppliers. No way. Man, I used to work for a food company, man. Shoot, there's no way. I pay $400 and I get a whole big old grocery bag.
Ashton, we eat different, baby. Because I've heard you. I've heard what you eat, baby. I can't eat. I can't eat like that. My stomach.
You're talking about steak.
You are and you're sitting on you're not a big girl, but you burn a lot of calories. You eat a whole damn meal. Like we feed, like I'm feeding my nephew. I don't.
Well, when you had said you only had so many bags for $200, you don't have to buy what I buy for food. But I'm looking at the price and I'm thinking, God, you should be able to come out there with,
Hold on.
huh? No, you said you want to say something about
Ashton probably buying wholesale.
I can help you
No,
out.
let me tell you something. Even if I do buy wholesale, right? I can't do like I can do like meats in bulk, right? Because then I put it in the deep freezer. But I can't do stuff like buy vegetable in bulk because if it's just me, even if it's me and my daughter, if I buy like she likes the organic apples and I've gotten used to buying those, I only could buy like 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's true.
But I can't buy a bag of apples and it just sits there for almost 2 or 3 weeks. This should be bad.
I gotta help you out.
Saying every 3 days. That's not the 3 days, you're right.
You're gonna need to help you.
You gonna help you? How you gonna help me? You don't do it. You can't.
You have 8 years.
It's too many y'all. I'm like, okay. I appreciate it, Ashton. I think you could help me if I since I got a 12 pack. I buy 18 pack. The 18 pack will last me because I only eat like if I make an egg, I only make 1 egg in the morning. I make a single slice of toast or a bagel. That's it. That's my breakfast.
Eat egg all throughout the week. 18.
And
Wow.
18. We almost the whole night. I don't eat every day either. Yeah, I don't eat that type of food. Or like actual steaks and steaks. You know, even if I buy a big pack of steaks, I cut them up before I put them in the plastic bags when I store them in my freezer. Because like I use half a steak and that's good enough just for me.
You can stretch it out. Yeah. And a lot of meat, I tell people, depending on where you live in this country, I mean, some people don't like it, but people don't like doing this, but you find some good deals down there at the local slaughterhouse. Okay. Now, people don't like it, but just hold on with me. When all this meat went up in prices, the guys back here, we can get it local. The guy said, I raise all my cows. So you can come down there and pick a cow out and see the cow grow literally to life. You can come by and check it out. So you know what you're getting, right? You know the quality of meat.
That's wild fun.
I don't want to look that bad boy in the eye.
No. I wanna look at that big old bad boy. Actually, I'm gonna ask you, yeah. How much does that cow cost?
Well, some cows can run about $1,500, but you don't have to buy the whole cow.
1,500. What does it half of it cost?
Well, half of that you can look at around $300 to $500 because you're getting enough to put in a deep freezer. See, you're getting a
That motherfucker ain't fancy. No, I'm fancy. You just go. That's the same price as my house. That's the same price as the rent of my yard.
Mm-hmm. Where are we at in this conversation, y'all? We went to food prices. We talked about Palestine, how long it's actually existed. I'm confused. Where did we? Alright, one question. Damon said she'll smack him. They say something about Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Mm-hmm. Ali Akbar to you too. Ahmed, what did you say? What did you say last? Just trying to get the conversation back because I want to see
I can say free Palestine. Free Palestine problem.
He's talking about them in a way like what?
Is he living in Israel? I want to know if he's living in Israel right now. Are you part of the Israel army?
What?
So do you live in Israel, Ahmed?
Can't see any word.
Are you speaking to me in Turkish?
Turkish? What about Turkey?
Yeah. Okay. Speak it to me in Turkish.
No, I'm not Turkey. I'm from Middle East, but I'm from Egypt, not Turkey. Yeah, not Turkey.
All right, let me go back to
I'm from
So I can very understand you, brother.
Before anything, I can say I would say I hate Israel. I hate Israel. Yeah. I wish to destroy this country by a nuclear bomb.
no, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. We don't do that. We don't do that. You have to be very strong on your words, but don't say it in the wrong negative things because all you're doing is supporting them. You understand? You're supporting the INDNF. You're supporting the ID.
Man, talking about blowing them. We ain't doing that, sister. We ain't supporting them.
Actually, Sean.
What? I wish y'all was where I was at right now. From outside, man, feeling good now on that pontoon boat out on the lake right now. 95 degrees, feeling like that out here.
Wait. I wanna get in that fountain. Well, what country are you at? Well, I mean, I know you're already in America, but I'm just asking you in what region, in what part of the state.
I'm in 50
states.
No, I'm in Texas, but it's nice out here, man. It's nice.
Texas has a river? I didn't know Texas had a river.
We have a lake.
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, hey y'all, it's too much going on. It's too much. My brain is like frying. Okay, so I'm gonna play this clip. It's talking about Iran expects the war to resume in 48 hours. This is from Crystal. Lego, pretty, tell me that's Lego. Okay, got it. I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip real quick. I'll break in between because this is a little bit longer clip. They are talking about. They're discussing the Iran war and Iran's expectations for it to resume within the next 48 hours. All right. Wait a minute. Katrina, come up here real quick because the one thing I do need from you. Because we've been like trying to talk on it, but we haven't been able to talk on it. And it's kind of crazy when you come in here, nobody speaks on it. But when you're not here, we're looking for you. You come up. Hey, Katrina. Hi. We've been trying to like look up information on what's going on in Ukraine, and I'd be like, God damn it, where's Katrina? Then when you come in the room, we're already in a deep conversation, so it's not enough time to. As soon as I'm able to even try to hit you, you disappear. So I know you keep up with Iran. Can you go ahead and brief us what's going on in Iran right now? Iran or Ukraine? Not Iran, Ukraine. Sorry, sis. That's all right. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing. They're hitting infrastructure, the drones, the Ukraine is firing back. It's the same thing. Nothing major or anything new. Have they lost more territory? Have they gained more territory? No. What is Russia saying? From my understanding, they put a pause on it, and like I think that's dangerous. Allowing them to put that pause allows Russia to fucking rebuild their military because a lot of that they have the industry, just like Iran has that industry where they are building within their country. And when you put a pause on, like when they had that, about 2 weeks ago, they had their parade. Katrina. Oh, they only had it. They didn't really have it fully. Right. There was what happened was. What happened was no. What happened? Yeah, the parade. What happened was when. When you're talking about the pause, what pause? There hasn't been anything officially like ceasefire, nothing. Oh, they said there was going to be a pause, and that came out of Trump's mouth, and it's supposed to be a 30-day pause. And I was like, you can't do a 30-day pause. They do a 30-day pause. No, they're not going to agree to it. Russia hasn't agreed to it. Ukraine agrees to it, or Russia hasn't agreed to it. Okay, well then that's. They tried to do a pause for May 9th, so Russia demanded for the parade. Russia demanded from Ukraine to do a ceasefire just for that one day. And Ukraine basically said, "Well, we're not, Ukraine basically said like we're not going to do a one-day ceasefire because they have other times, like on Easter, like major holidays, Christmas, Easter. But Russia never stuck to it either way. So Ukraine basically said, we're not going to do a one-day ceasefire anymore. If we're going to do a ceasefire, we're going to do a ceasefire, like a deal. And Russia then turned around and told Trump that basically Ukraine doesn't want to have a deal for ceasefire. So then Zelensky came out and he said, I want a ceasefire on the 7th. Basically saying, Russia, Putin, you're saying that I don't want to do a ceasefire. Well, here I am. I want to do a ceasefire for the 7th, May 7th. And anyways, of course, Russia wasn't going to agree to it. But no, whatever Trump says that there's going to be a ceasefire. I mean, he said that he was going to end the war in 24 hours. Seriously, there is no real talk about like seriously considering or seriously having a ceasefire. That's all BS. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and go back to the YouTube video real quick. Gonna get my dog some ice cream. No idea. Ice cream. Oh, the doggy ice cream. Oh, wait, Katrina. Hi, sweetie. Not dog ice cream. I'm dead. Girl, yeah, doggy ice cream.
I don't have animals. They would be eating like me. They probably would be walking here.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play. We're also taking a look at new things. It's let's move London off.
So this is
People on mute, I get directly to the,
Somebody got a snorkeling trip or something? Y'all, man.
all right. So he's gonna talk about the war in Iran. He's gonna read off the True Social post real quick. So let me go ahead and go.
so. So the latest so proposed this figure they got moving forward. This is aired some stuff here right now. This is let's go ahead and put this up on the screen, which we released late last week. He said for decades. It seems incredibly well said. The thing that everything there is that sources into believe the world all of which have Memorial Day weekend. It's probably the fun time. That's probably more so normal. Formula well over $6. I think it's basically a lot of people flags. It's to fill up a tank of gas vehicle to get to work. This entire possibility works in the way what's low. Let's see. Situation with the change clothes really isn't sustainable for working right. It's really for the clothes. This is sustainable continue ways and the tax here is US your report over time facilities with some solutions yesterday systems what's the listen to basically I guess that the people in charge now are go back to the time. I guess funny students is that something we had called yesterday, and there was also a inside
right? Not all of this, not right. It would make sense. He wanted to sort of pause a route of hostilities until he got through that particular step. This is an ongoing hostilities during his trip to China. A little bit of possible. Also, he was able to do that really return, but basically, but here's the reason why this time would make some sense. Also, the reality is setting in. You know, he was a bunch of bullshit that he chose to believe in the from TV and the sources. And, oh, if we just blockade their blockade, and within days, this is what they were truly selling. Within days, Iran's whole economy will collapse and their oil wells are going to explode. Remember when Trump said that? It has to be setting in now. That plan is not going to work. This is yeah, but they are able to withstand that a lot longer, frankly, than which tolerance is much higher. So the logic is very likely within the administration to be that it was opportunity. The only way out is win. We can't stay in this position, so we have to just go back one more bombing campaign. Maybe we have to do that ground invasion. Those are the sorts of things that are being contemplated right now. Look, unfortunately, there's a relative inevitability to this thing. He either surrenders or he escalates all the way. He doesn't want to do either, and so he's going to continue. This is where probably like so important. Always is that always no, it takes a lot. Let's go and World War, but it's a like there's a lot of stuff. Actually here to go off. Sweep of history, 30 something days. It's really nothing. But the inevitability of where those things must end up, it really was decided on the very day that the war itself was on. We can pay for it. This is from the latest military action that took place, and this is really interesting, by the way. Drone strikes near UAE nuclear power plants. It's the U.S. and Iran signal the war. Sparked a fire on the edge of the sole nuclear power plant in the UAE on Sunday, and what the authorities called an unprovoked attack. No one was blamed. It's not anything with a renewed war. UAE previously said strikes came from the West. So you're like, oh, it's to the West of the UAE.
Okay, did y'all hear about the UAE? What's that? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I heard it this morning.
So they attacked a nuclear power plant?
Well, exactly. They didn't hit it pretty. They didn't hit it with like missile. It was a drone. It didn't do any like serious damage or anything. But I think it was just like a posture thing that like and Iran did not take responsibility for it. They're denying it completely. So
Who did it then?
but it is pretty big. Playing in our face.
Well, yeah, I wonder, man, and that's such a beautiful part of the world, man. I wouldn't want to see anybody's towns, anything destroyed, but man, that there is beautiful over there. I don't know what to tell people, but my God, if you've ever been there, shoot, it's real nice, and the chocolate there, a lot better than what we got here. I'm just saying.
You talking about milk chocolate? He's talking about that nasty ass Dubai chocolate with them nuts in it.
It's different levels to that kind of chocolate. You get the stuff. I like alcohol in this country if it's on the bottom shelf or some crap. It'll taste horrible. No, they go to a back room. They get you the good chocolate, not the crap sitting on the shelf. Oh no, this is beautiful chocolate, man. This chocolate here is gorgeous. Not stuff just sitting in packages all day. This was chocolate that the guy handmade there at the restaurant. You know, this wasn't some stuff in a wrapper. It was not.
Is it milk chocolate? That's all I need to know. Cause It's dark chocolate. It's probably a little bitter.
No, it's not dark.
It's not.
It's not dark. You know what? Is Beaver in here? Beaver did well. He's trained Peter well. Peter hasn't came off mic. I've noticed when I come to support Beaver and McCoy in the room, how Peter speaks when it's time for him to speak. Kudos to you, Beaver. You've taught this kid well. Peter, do you have anything you want to say, babe? I don't know what they did. I don't know if they beat you. Beaver, did you beat him? Because we've been taking this young bull.
I mean, he hasn't said a word. Are you sleeping, girl?
Do you know, I noticed that in Beaver's room that he'll say something, but he'll go on mute. And I was like, this motherfucker know how to act right. So I let him come up on stage today, and he's actually being a good kid.
Yeah, that's crazy. There's hope for us all.
Beaver over here beating him. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna blame Beaver and Matt Cole. I think they beat the shit out of him. We just don't know it. He had time to change his PTR, so I know he's there. He had on his construction hat that was leaning to the side like a drunk alcoholic earlier. Something's going on. But any comments on the I just wanted to shout Peter out for being a good kid. Go ahead, Katrina.
Oh, I remember something that I sent you a couple of days ago. I back channeled you the video. It's basically a POW and in Ukraine, Ukraine, there's two POWs, and mostly a POW. And he pretty much described the whole scam of how Russia is taking and
It wasn't from the one you sent me wasn't in English.
they have English subtitles, and you can dub over now on YouTube automatically in English.
Okay, explain to me the video because I watched it a little bit and I was like, I think she wants me to interpret it. Somehow by her body language, I didn't know.
No. I'm surprised you didn't get it like automatically dubbed over in English. I always get them dubbed over in English and I have to switch it back to Russian or to Ukrainian. So basically, Russia is what they're doing is really heavily bringing in a lot of people from African countries, and especially the ones that they have had the Wagner in. And what they're doing is what this guy is saying. Of course, you can't, he could totally be lying. But he was basically saying he's from not Somalia. Oh my God, the one that just had a war recently as well. Eritrea.
Somalia, Eritrea,
Sudan, which country? Because all of them have
God.
northern Nigeria where Muslims are fighting Muslims. Which country? The Congo.
I know it is in Russian, but it's very different in Russian than in English.
Is it in? We're in Africa.
There. I think it was from.
Igor said it.
Yeah. There.
Get up here, Igor. So you can help my sister out.
So he was basically saying that he was recruited by a friend of his who has a friend who's like a son of the consulate. And they have a whole basically human trafficking thing going on where they offer people to go to work in Russia. They give them work visas and they come over there. They give them a military contract and they would have like the other Mali guy there who is, part of this whole thing. And he will basically say, yeah, you're signing a work contract. So basically he couldn't even read the contract. And then they bust them all together. He said it was 30 Mali people with him. And they were thinking they were going to like a work project, right? Whole, thing from Moscow. He had no idea that they brought him into Ukraine,
they brought him into the training facility, and he was saying how they were racially, not even discriminated, but like physically abused, tied to trees because they wanted to run away, and they were saying that's not what they signed up for. Verbally, physically abused. Then they pushed them to the front lines, sent them right to the front. And when they decided to, when the commander said that he's not going to go any more further because it's death, the Russians started shooting them with artillery. And out of the 30 people that was with him, he was the only one that survived, and that's because he hid in the bushes for like 2 days or something like that. And he said when other Mali soldiers with him were raising their hands up and running towards the Ukrainians because they weren't far, Russians were killing them on purpose. He was pleading like not to be sent back to Russia, not to be part of the prisoner exchange. But pretty much that is the scam that they're doing. And out of the 30 people, he's the only one that survived. Oh wow. Oh my gosh, I got you. Any other comments on the video or what Katrina provided as information? You put stuff on Ukraine. You need to come at least once a day, Ukraine, Katrina, to give us updates. There isn't that much news. It's all the same thing, literally. It's, I don't know. Sometimes it'll pop up and we'll be reading it and we'll be like, damn it, where's Katrina? Also, two questions, and then I'll pop up once a day. So you can we can rest. All right. How your baby doing? Good. We're just busy. End of the year, end of the school year. 2 more days. That's it. Yay. All right, babe. I'm gonna go ahead and continue playing this video.
They don't want to like restart the war. I like the California order in the office is coming out with the war. Rain, what go back. I was just reading it yesterday. Something they realize publicized because we've all been focused on of the world's LA movement. Hold on. And then they just like for the First World War, like you went to a war, which is which is what they originally would be, and we literally watched the destruction of all of these different houses. And basically watching all of this is the U.S. even around with the level of which full force up. What tightens the escalation? What's just to kill these people? So why? So why Iran left with it whatsoever? So for example, Washington. There will be a removal for foreign U.S. Only one Iranian facility will first. And its own which are sanction Your stuff was talking around something people were straight of others. It was just despite all of the U.S. has expanded civilians. See what the Roy, we have the pool, the raw pay, closer to 60 to 70 billion. Even at this point, considering all the carriers, right, there's all of the inputs, that doesn't even mention all of the lost, production time, etc. That's me. That is, is image the globe is sort of given to the global empire. Every game seems to be pointing in the direction where they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the situation like the UAE and this drone fight, which the drones proposal like the UAE is going with Saudi Arabia, where they can the UAE, everybody's something really is guys and things. George, that's what it is. What volatile. Because there are so many more players with agendas involved than just the US and Israel and Iran. This is situation. Understanding this is looking fairly solid at this point. Visible and circulating space in the ears shows an MQ-9 drone hit and shot by the Houthis in Yemen. $1 according to drop sites here, and these and again, say, yeah, number one is what we can tell from open source. A lot of things only going one direction. There's one from the Iranians in the US. The US getting into this one. Repeatedly, to say we're going to go want to, but Israel what was being contemplated before the war. It's just deleted. It's to the US. That's one of the supposed evidence. Absolutely no sanctions relief. Where it's going to be a hard no from the Iranians. So as much as they're going to sign up the Iran and pay for the potential negotiations, you can see from the things that it's not willing to place the legal items really and go advertise all this thing. That would be the problem. There was one last week to Don Henry when he said, like, well, I knew that I'm not the president of this guy. $1 or that. It's sent a paper. The line goes back and out into the court now. What you could get at the negotiation now as a win. Statement, the status quo, that is not sustainable. It's something that some people are out, I think Joe Pat out, I'm going to do this, along the way. Do an official deal, but hope that we can lock this. It's not looking like it's sustainable. We've got all these neocons and Israelis fucking like, let's go back in. One more marketing campaign, one more campaign, let's do something so we can establish a win. I fear. Lock this. Someone's steps. Said there's a food off. Oh, what? Yeah, what?
This time we'll do this stage. This time we'll continue to go forward. Say, let's go from 2,000 advisors to 6,000, back into the job. 100,000. Oh, we'll see that going, and then this, we're gonna rolling under. I will you can see how easy that is to fall for, because these generals, they got their uniforms, you got this vast array of at your disposal. That's the easy option to always go back. It's supposed to be politics.
He loves the visuals on it. He feels powerful, and he feels like a man can put stuff to put together a highlight reel for him to highlight reel for his team to feel like he's actually how powerful. He's taking the tips to the best.
There's an element of there's an egomaniac element of this, which is inherent to like all of them. And I also think as this polls drop, what is the how do we need to hold that? Whatsoever. Basically, just like we will continue to wait, like you're, so like, oh, wait, well, this is quite different from right now. Doesn't seem to be control of the global empire, which they will already allow you to. I mean, this is as close to a king as you will ever be, right? What is the screen is it not the absolute meeting with the reports that is in the US are preparing Iran strike. Remember this, they really media reports it's like every week about preparing for Iran. You definitely do need to take it seriously. The PN will continue to list drone strikes on the world nuclear station. The Iranian media saying US stuff with no concrete. The second thing is level one nuclear facility. So they're having back and forth with they will tell you they did. That's what Apple was doing. It's all up in the theory. He's like, oh, we can do this. All we gotta do is restart. All we gotta do is take out these nuclear power plants, or all we gotta do is take out this energy infrastructure. That's one. Well, money guys and go to the table. So I don't know. This is what's breaking right now. I saw a little bit of news. Tasneem had reported the U.S. would waive oil sanctions and continue to go forward with some sort of potential negotiations. It's always keep in mind, like these people are always fading and bluffing. The war will be over in just a few weeks. Also, instances where just use diplomacy as a cover. Yeah, it's also in instances where it looked like a war was about to on the White House civilization before he break life. So what is going on? This floating as well. So they could go back in some sort of a reversal as well. I really don't know. Manipulate the markets. Futures are down. Oil is up.
I'll put on pause on there. That's it. Because we're talking about the US bonds and all this other shit. The markets and what inflation looks like. So, yeah, any comments, y'all, on what's going on in Iran? And you had left, and we were like, damn, we told him to put pause, and I wish I asked him where he stopped at on the rest of that.
Oh, sorry. That's so far from it, I completely forgot about it.
I was like, let me play this video on the next 48 hours in Iran or what's going on. Reform. You got my message? Check your bag. I'm just busy today. I'm just logging in for the first time. Yeah. I sent you a thing. You had him going last night, girl. Oh my God. Send it. Let me send it. Let me send it. That was so crazy. Oh my God. Child, I walked into the middle of it. And when I walked into the middle of it, I was like, why in the hell is somebody top left? I don't know. I think like wait. So I know you were late in the room because you were like number 4 or number 3 or something like that. But I was like, what the hell is going on? And then I'm just listening coming in, and then it was a conversation between 2 people, and then someone trying to have the conversation too. So I don't know what happened before that. I really didn't care at the time. It's just I was like, no, we're not doing that in here, y'all. You know what's funny about all that? They were born and raised in the South. All of them? No. Who? The one that's usually top left in their own room. Oh. Oh. I can tell. And okay. But the crazy thing is, after we did all that, I closed that room it was like 6 o'clock this morning. Ooh. And after we did all that, we started talking business. Like me, Gemini, Jonathan, and we had other people. And then we clowned a little bit, but then we literally started talking business. And then Jonathan was like, "You about to close the room?" I said, "Heck yeah." I said, "I ain't been to sleep." And First Lady and Patty will set up. And I said, "Plus, if the room stays open like 24 hours, it messes up the algorithm." I remember you saying that in the past. We fall down to the bottom. So he set up a new room, and I was like, "I'll advertise your room." But we made up and everything, and we were like, "Yeah, we'll have to do like some joint venture business room." But yeah, wasn't that crazy, y'all? We were just all hollering. But when I came into it, Petty, I don't know if y'all already talked about it. It was Mimi and Gemini, and Bonnet was talking about how they refer to people as the help. So that was the original argument. And then I guess the Californians came in because a bunch of them came in. They tried to jump us. Uh, they tried to jump us, Butter. Remember? And then we started banging because it's like it was the South versus California, and then it became Texas versus California. So we were hollering, y'all, at 2 o'clock in the morning. Then Patty came in and wrecked ship. Y'all stop! Like we all got fussed at. It was funny as hell. I was like, y'all, not tonight. And I said, yeah, that's what I said. And the wrong person is top left. I said, y'all don't have no come to this room. This room, like, I ain't got time. Look, I don't give a fuck about losing the house, but y'all not gonna have me lose my goddamn profile. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm not sure how that happened. Off the house, but I'll be super pissed off if my account gets suspended because my account gets suspended behind the goddamn house. Yeah, I was clipped. That is not fun to be clipped like that. All of those connections, all of that, everything, like, yeah, that sucks. We can't let that happen. But 5 years of work. That was a crazy. But we ended up being nice. I was like, look, we made Patty proud. She's asleep, but everybody made nice. We had nice conversation for like what y'all, an hour and a half, 2 hours. Lady, if you would have came in the room, you would have lost your mind too, because these motherfuckers was child. Then the wrong for me, definitely the wrong person was top left. He cool and all, but no, you're not gonna be top left in here. You're not even supposed to be modded in here. So I was like, okay. Oh yeah, I'm fighting them out. I turned over at 3 in the morning and saw where they were opening, and it was 3 something, and they were opening another room. I was like, oh, hell no. They opened the room? Yeah, they opened another room after they closed this one. Oh, Lord. Oh, that had to be around 6. Wait a minute, this is the first time I think Hurricane, Reformed, and all of them stayed together in that room until she closed it. Because when I went to sleep, they still were, the Hurricane was still with 3 is like 6 o'clock, East Coast time. Oh yeah, you're on the East Coast. I forgot. I'm on the West Coast. I mean West Coast. West Coast. Sorry.
I think sometimes, like if there's a evening shift. Now I do remember. Sorry, I'll listen to a training. I don't want to listen to.
Oh, we tried to do that even to help Lisa out when she was like taking care of some other things for a couple weeks, for about a week or two. That shit was too much because I fall asleep at a certain time.
Well, I mean, I'm just a support for you and First Lady, but I can. I mean, we're talking house business, but I guess that's okay. I remember, like,
Oh, you a night owl? I think you better be at night.
I am a night owl.
Yeah.
I'm a little. So I guess we'll go back to what we used to do. First Lady, remember, like, if one of us would close out the house, like if we were leaving or going to sleep. So, yeah, I can go back to that. But I can help support in the night because y'all got the daytime going because we got to keep politically correct. This is the jewel of Clubhouse, and so many people tell me how important this room is to them. I don't always tell y'all ladies because y'all hear it so much, but a lot of people really love this space, enjoy this space, need this space, and they get a lot of news, right? They get a lot of updates and they like the banter, and this is home for them. So, because I get those back channels too. Why isn't the room open? Is everything okay? Did something happen?
Yeah,
So,
that's a good point. I've never verbalized it, but I'm very grateful for the space. And I want to, thank you for that.
Yeah, but I think we've gotten a little toxic over the last year. I'm gonna be honest with you, last 6 months. And we've always like would attack, but we've gotten a little too toxic. Like we've never gotten reported, but for somebody to tell me that my house got reported and it's been reported 3 times before, I was like I said, yo, I know I'll be spazzing. But the thing is, he told me the reason why it was never a suspension is because I wasn't ever in the room. He just wanted to give me a warning because, like, I'm like, damn, I haven't been in the room. So obviously, when he said that, I know for a fact since around December, I've like told myself, and then even me and my friend, we've been talking. It's like, yeah, I'll do the morning thing, and if I pop in, it's because I'm bored as hell. That's just popping in after I'm done with playing Meet the Press or whatever it is. So I know if he's saying that, because before I used to at least keep my PTR in the room. If I'm not in the room, I know this had to start around December. And then a particular thing that was said, now I have to text Lady and ask her if she remembers somebody saying this to somebody. It was a word that was said, but he said I wasn't in the room at the time, and he just wanted me to be aware of what's happening.
and it is hard. Like, shout out to First Lady because I don't think people realize I run my own space, but not consistently having 100 people. In the past, I have, but I had like core mods too to help support. And it's really difficult, y'all. So I'm gonna further give y'all your props. It is really difficult to cordon off your time, your life, eat in between, schedule the rooms, even coming up with the title for these people. I had somebody to do my titles because I'm not good at titles, right? So I don't think y'all realize how much work goes into this. It's not like just logging in and you know what I'm saying, having a room schedule. So I remember last time, ladies, we did the cash out thing, but the ladies are shy, so we won't do that. But we definitely need to show our appreciation by helping them to keep it a great space, right? And shout out to Clubhouse for recognizing that politically correct is a great space. So I will definitely show up more. I should, as part of one of the original support people for the space, and because y'all, we need to, right? We still got work to do. The slush fund was just created. We do a great service. Y'all do a great service getting information out to people, and we cannot let the space go away because it's too necessary. So definitely giving y'all your props. I believe in giving folks their flowers. Shout out to First Lady. Shout out to Patty. Shout out to the support mods. But we'll definitely take care of that for you, Patty.
You know what's crazy, y'all? Y'all don't realize it. Y'all know this space. We opened this space. So originally it was PhD. And Corey told me to use his house because, and I was like, you know what? I don't care. I was doing it as a public space, just like when I work out was 2 hours, bang, boom, I'm done, right? And the room grew for like, let's say 70, 80 people. And that's what attracted PhD and his little crew to come and listen in the morning when I'd work out. But the thing that's crazy about it is I went to PhD asked me to come over there. I only went over there to be a mod in his room because of Kamala. And because it was too fucking toxic with those male chauvinists over there and him, he's the homie, but sometimes he says some shit that's a little out of line. And I was like, yeah, I can't. I gotta go. And it was Corey that said use my house because at the time the only houses I have, if you look at my name, it was under Hood Talk. There's people on the dark side that'll put me on their house just to save it in case they get clipped. It's Hood Talk. It's Opinionated. It was Marimbo. They'd be like, yo, I need you to just at least hold my house as a secondary, as the second person. So that's the only reason why there's extra houses under my name. Even one of the houses that's on here, it's because somebody that got fucking kicked off a clubhouse. What is it called? Permit, whatever, popping, whatever. Motherfucker got kicked off a clubhouse, and then I ended up being the owner. That ain't my house. That's somebody else's house. But it's crazy because I never had a house, and in a year and a half, me, Lady Mel, Just, a reformed, Van, the ones, honestly, the ones that really, really, really grew it in the beginning will be the Lady, the Mel, and will be reformed. So those were the four major mods. Everybody else was in and out, in and out, in and out. I'll be a mod for about 5 months. I get mad, I'm gonna disappear for 3. Those were the major ones for at least a year. And to get to the numbers we got in like a year and a half, y'all, like we got 26,000 people. Is it 26, 22, something like that? What do we got? 24,000 people in a year and a half. And that's with us being biracial dummies. Some of y'all that's in here that made rooms or even sat in a room and talk shit about us and still come up in this motherfucker. But we still fucking laugh and giggle with you motherfuckers and still fucking keep the room going. Reform do get crazy. Me and her get crazy. That's why she told me to be careful because I'm gonna end up being her.
Yeah. We're family, y'all. We get on each other's nerves, but then we take breaks, and it's necessary. Y'all know this app can be a lot.
Reform has been there every time, even if it's a problem. It's like she might disappear for a week, but she come back, and a lot of times she just don't disappear from here. She disappears from the app, but she got to take her mental health break.
Oh yeah.
But she come in, even if she's pissed off, even if it's for an hour or 2 hours, but she come in. There's 4 major people that actually built this room, at least up until 16K, up until last September, that was here every fucking day, all day. Whether we popped in and out, it was made, like I said, Mel, Reformed, and Lady, and myself. Every day.
And we created it for ladies. That's even in the original setup of the room if y'all read it. And shout out to Patty for basically creating a space for women. And remember, that was a huge part that she wanted women to have a safe space to come and have these conversations because it was not safe for women always across other rooms. And First lady's room. Yeah. I remember how bad those other rooms got. Like really, really, really bad.
Say for
Like women don't know what to fucking talk about. Women don't know politics. Like we don't fucking know how to fucking read. Like, do you know it's so sad about this situation? Even up until now, sometimes we rely on some of these men to have the conversation because even if a woman has an opinion based off of some factual information that she may have read, y'all motherfuckers don't bow your head up and down like, yeah, she might be right until another man says it.
And that burns me up.
Don't it? But that's the only reason why we have male lines, honestly. Because a lot of times we need the males to be like, yep. And then we can say in our head, we said it first. Right? We don't have to say it on here like, yo, then we just say, I know at one time in the beginning, I used to be like, so it took this guy to say something for y'all to be like, okay, when we just said the same fucking thing. No, because he was saying, you know what, I don't care. But after a while, I had to be like, you know what, let the man speak because sometimes you say enough as a woman, and then let the male fucking ride it out.
They get their
Because a lot of y'all don't
crashing
fucking
out.
Go ahead.
That's what they do. They end up crashing out on each other. Most of the time, they end up crashing out.
Yeah, there's a lot of smart women on here. Katrina's smart. I love Katrina. When it comes to Ukraine, let me tell y'all a secret. You know why me and Katrina are attached at the hip? Because she's one of the female. She know more about motherfucking y'all motherfuckers be on here, including Brad. And Brad know I love him. I know a lot of y'all hate him and call him a racist. But we talk about weapon systems and shit. That's the only other chick I can talk to on this whole app. I can't even talk to another male about fucking weapons. Me and Katrina can talk about fucking equipment, weapons, trajectory. She be on it. Like I'll be like, how do you know? The first time I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who told you? Let's read it. I don't know. She might be a little touched or something because she ain't even in the military. So I think she might be touched. She might be a serial killer in the future, or she might bomb one of these buildings. I ain't a friend at that moment, but I loved her because like I could talk to her about Pack 3s, Pack 2s, freaking HIMARS. Like she knows 5.56. She knows she knows stuff when it comes to fucking weapons. And I hate guns, but I love like I love like knowing about trajectory. I love like watching shit go boom. I just don't want it in my house like that. But women are smart, and we sometimes we like just ignore it, what we're saying. We can get really emotional. Some of us, I know I do. Oh yeah,
They be getting emotional too.
yeah. But you know they only know when we get emotional. Shit, Ashton get emotional too. My poor Ashton, and she be trying to defend us. I do say that. Sometimes she try to defend us. Sometimes be like, Ashton, what the hell are you talking about? Get off that conversation. When she be like, women, I don't get you get along with all the women in here, so you need to stop saying that. Keep that shit to yourself. And women in the past, them ain't real. They not real. You get along with all the ladies in here. We all fucking protect people.
Here, I just come on this out in the morning, man. I can't do that no more. I told people, man, I can't be getting up in the morning arguing. I said, I'm gonna go down here and go to school. So that's why y'all don't see me on this app in the morning or go unload the truck. I'm not, but some people on this app to be mean. I was in a room last night in the news talking about your game, look like a man. I said, bro, how old are you? I ain't 25, 5. I'm 40 years old. I done heard all this stuff. I just when you become a certain age, just it's not to say it doesn't hurt you, but you just don't care. You know what I mean? And when you're out here living your life, really honestly take care of what people think about you because they ain't in the building like these old folks say. They ain't Motel 6. They ain't keeping no lights on for you, man. So, if they put money in your pocket, don't listen to most people unless it's good advice. Just some of the people being mean. I don't listen to people on this. Just good advice. Y'all have to get good advice. One of the advice I took, don't be on her a lot. I don't. about this on. You know what I'm saying? I come on here, Patty, have good times, but I know I'll be joking a lot about
Yeah, but no more saying women you don't get it because there's women that get along with you. All of
yeah, I like that.
them. 420, love you. They take care of you. All right, I ain't see you in a long time, boo. Where you been? And I know your daughter got married, so what's going on?
Girl, hi, how are you? I've been in your room, but you haven't been here. I've been here for the last 2 days and you weren't in here. I don't know where you were, but I was in here listening to everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. And Ashton, I just wanted to say to you, I remember you and we met in Million Marathon. You are one of my favorite people on this app. So don't get it twisted. Women support women. So we got you, girl. And it's great to hear from you, Pat.
I miss my sister from Million Marathon, D10, Pop Up and Lou's room, Pop Up and. You don't remember? Be fighting. Laura, little fighter, or her little big fight.
Yeah, I still am. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, yeah, I listen a lot. I don't come up. I listen. But if I got something to say, you know I'm raising my hand, Patty.
Yeah, y'all. We do appreciate y'all supporting us as much as y'all have. We appreciate y'all supporting our sister, Lisa. Lisa, cookies and ice cream, whatever her name is today, but we always know her as Lisa. Now it's Lisa. But yeah, we appreciate it. And we appreciate y'all. And on Sundays from now on, there is a room, our sister room from Reformed, and it's had a really good room this Sunday.
Yeah, thank you, Patty, for coming through. Because I think we all need a political break, right? Like I know a lot of us, we talk about this on the app, we talk about it off the app because we just talk about politics and we're well informed and there's just a lot that's going on. So I appreciate that, Patty. Yeah, we had a great space. We talked about market sectors, and discretionary, consumer discretionaries, consumer staples. We talked about energy, and I have some really awesome people that can talk about investments and be in there and be contributing. Shout out to Ed. We can't get him on stage in there, but in the chat, there's a lot of investors on the app. Some people have their own spaces. I don't do the trading and options, but if anybody wants to learn that, I know some people that do. Like I've literally seen their portfolios and their numbers. I need to learn actually because they do really well. They're not like they don't have a nothing against the people with the master classes, but they have their own spaces where they talk about stuff like they really get into the detail. My house is called Money Markets and Power, and y'all know it's Obama.
So people get started.
Oh well, thanks, Patty. Obama is crazy, but Obama is Haitian, young, married. Let's see, double income, no kids. Y'all know a lot of young people have that. He basically came from being impoverished to having a net worth over $2 million, and he tells the world about it. He's like my little brother. We argue like how we argue, y'all. We argue. I argue with Obama. Obama is crazy, but he is happy to teach anybody about. He just loves investing and how it basically learning about it really helped him. Yeah, because do you think that you grew up poor in this country until you really hear from someone who grew up in Haiti that had it really, really, really hard? His story is crazy. Shout out to Haitian too. Um, I don't know. Every single Haitian that I know, there's something about their resilience, y'all. I don't know what it is. I mean, even like ML, it just business minded, I guess. Um, at least on the app. So, but thank you.
You gotta pin your room to the top because
Oh, I am. I'm slow, child.
Y'all join the room. Her room starts at 7:30.
6:30, 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Central. And it's a completely different me, y'all. I know that like we bang. Even TC came in there. Yeah, TC came in there one day and we were talking business, and y'all know I can't stand his ass. So yeah, it's a good educational space. And it comes through Jane, so we appreciate it. It's just information, no financial advice. It's just information.
Out there, bro.
Patty ended up giving some great info, though, y'all. We talked about stock certificates, and it's just a good space, good sister space. So thank you, women supporting women. We are family. Me, First Lady, and Patty. Y'all know, like we're family. Just like family gets on your nerves sometimes. I know I get on their nerves. We take a break, but we're here for each other. We support each other.
You're not a family. Concretely.
No, I'll say that I confirm that she
You're
is
the
on.
I love these ladies, and we may not get along. We may get on each other's, but
Fact.
I support these ladies. Love their families. Pray for their families. Actually, these are two wonderful mothers. I'm just gonna put the praise on y'all. I know First Lady rolling her eyes. These are great ladies, y'all. These are great people. Uh, so anywho, back to you, sis.
Yeah, so do that, and then also Jen and myself and Lady, depending on what her schedule looks like on Sunday, and Reform are going to do the books again. And the book that was chosen, I don't know if Jen told you, she hit me up.
Yeah, she did. I love Dr. Jen. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, the book that was chosen and is Obama. We're trying to keep it within interest because, or somewhat with politics, but I tell you which one. There was two books we looked at. Let me see what she.
Prepare to get sick of us.
No, it was Dreams from My Father. That's one. It was Dreams from My Father. And it's one chapter. She's on it. We're gonna do, because each of those chapters has chapters long. With the audibles, the chapter is like, each chapter is approximately, I think the longest is like 15 minutes. There are about 40 some odd minutes. There'll be breaks in between to talk about something's coming out of it. Okay. Try to start that room around, because your room starts at what time your room starts again?
My room starts at 6:30. And
6:30. And she wanted to start at 5.
Yeah, and just to have a nice clean I think that would be a nice chill thing. And Sunday, I know a lot of people, because I used to do my space for years at 6:30 on Sundays, because everybody, nice little chill combo listening to that. So I'm looking forward to that too. So yeah, we're excited, y'all. We're excited.
But
We made some great connections on this app. You haven't made at least a couple of great connections. All the time we spend on here, we're all addicted to this app like little baby crackheads. The good kind of crackheads, though, not the bad ones. So, yeah, we've made some great connections, ladies. So we definitely want to keep positive, good content going because it blesses us too, So thank y'all for helping to bless me and bless us.
And also, they have to put that time around that time so she can add her anecdotal. These clients, you know how she likes to explain something. It's funny as hell.
And Dr. Jen is really cool, y'all. Her background is super cool. So, yeah. Oh, we need love. Where is First Lady so we can hear that melodious voice? We need a song.
I can see it. But lady, you on? Lady. I think she's here all the time.
Hello.
I used to be. And then she had something to do tonight. Yeah, while she was driving. And then Deborah, if she's not busy, she'll be there too, right, Deborah?
That's right. Y'all know I'm slow coming off mic. I didn't know about the room, but I'm looking forward to that, Nikki.
We were still trying to work out the book situation because it was this book, that book, and I was like, yo, it's got to be something that people resonate with. And we know a majority of our room is black, and then we have to also look at like, so I know a lot of people don't like Beaver, a lot of people don't like Matt Cool, but they have supported us in every room, no matter what room I've been in, they'll be there attacking me in the chat, but it's fine. They show up no matter how bad things get, they show up to be my enemy. And guess what? They're still here. Right now, they're here. They're here. And they have their own goddamn room. So it's when we wanted to do the book that would be something that they can listen to and probably get some information that could maybe help them change their stand. So, yeah. Shout out to that cool. They are pretty cool MAGA, at least for me so far.
I wanted to give flowers to Reformed as well because over years I sit and listened to her rooms and rooms that she was in speaking. You guys should really listen, to what she's got to say about a few things. It's really made a difference in my fun life. So, I mean, just small changes, but big differences. Big differences. So, flowers to her. I wish you the very best. I'm not gonna be able to come this Sunday because my ass will come in Cabo, but I will be next weekend. So, I definitely give you your flowers for that. Thank you.
Oh, Penny, come up. So we're gonna do. I know you love educational rooms, so we're gonna start our book club back up again because we stopped, and we're gonna start doing Sundays at 5 o'clock, where we're going. The book we're gonna use for the next couple of weeks. Takes forever to get through this book, but we're gonna use Dreams from My Father and Barack Obama. You already know this. I don't know what I'm gonna say. Everybody knows that's Barack. We're gonna do one chapter at a time, and it's gonna be on Sunday. So I think it's gonna take us about 2 months to finish that book, but one chapter at a time on Sundays, right before Reform does her financial flowers. No, it's not financial flowers.
I'm there. Just tell me.
Her money markets and power wealth.
Money markets and power. Okay, my phone cut out. I typed it. Forget the chat. I'll order it today. We're gonna start this Sunday.
This Sunday, so we're actually how we do it, Penny, because you weren't here back in the past. Somebody in the past, how we did it was whether they had the book or not, we just told them what the book was, and we played the audible. So I got credits. I get my credits, my audibles, and we play the book, and we do the breaks in between whatever like with 107 days of chapters were quick, so we can go through 3 or 4 chapters a day. With Obama's book, we're only going to be able to do 1 chapter. And with the 1 chapter, it's about 40 minutes. Each chapter, max is 50. We talk about chapters while we play the audible, but we break it down. You know how we break down a lot of 10 minutes. Talk about that first 10 minutes, what people got or how they interpret it, so we can come up with some good information, and then go into the next 10 minutes. But it'll be 1 chapter. 1 chapter on Sundays at 5 o'clock in political, and then we'll move whatever we have as a crowd over to markets. Reform to talk to people about trust. She has special people that will come in the room that'll help you if you got questions about certain things that you're investing in. And then basic teaching of basic stock teaching, just basic teaching. Something simple as her having a conversation with me back in the days about, you got the zones. Why haven't you set this up and that up? And I was like, huh? And then I was like, oh, I found it with, I can do it for free in the military. It's just simple things that you can learn from her that you may not have in way in case there was some type of shit. No, it's fine.
Oh yeah, we talk about everything from budgeting to how to invest to. Before I have a favorite plans, everything. It's not for me. This is for someone else. Oh hey Penny. Hey babe. A metaverse friend of mine just lost her dad, and her how do I say this? His life insurance lapsed, and so yeah, it's not good. And so, um, well, I can only do so much, and she's been asking kind of like for help and whatnot. And what I was thinking was maybe if you could do a room on awareness. I asked her if she was okay with like the vulnerability of using her story in hopes of maybe like just getting some support. I think she said she only needs $1,800 more. It's not a lot. Um, but basically, kind of just in like making like spreading awareness on how to keep up with things like that. Um, what you need, and then like what we need to do as adults with older parents, sort of thing. So I wanted to connect with you, see if you were open to that. And then this, you know what I mean? This has nothing to do with me. She'll come in, she'll explain her story, and then maybe like, 100 people in the room, we all give $10, $15 for her dad. And can't even grieve right now. It's just, that sounds yeah. We can also do that in ITB. Those crazy people in ITB, real generous. Yeah, yeah. But definitely, yeah, y'all. I have had estate planning attorneys. One of my main mods used to be an estate planning attorney out of Florida. I've had CFPs, I've had people, and yeah, because I just remind y'all that we're all gonna die, and we have to take care of the people that are living. That's like my main focus. It's not really investing. So, absolutely, Penny. I am so sorry to your friends, and if you give me the information, I'm happy to help out a little. But I'll also let Lou know because that would be a great. Sometimes I just like to do things, y'all, to reach out to more people. But in my spaces, y'all know that I've met 100 people personally on the app, just from social groups, and also just business stuff, right? And plus, everybody and their mama seems to be from Houston or come through Houston on Clubhouse at some point in time. It's California, Texas, and New York. It must be at least in the Clubhouse for some reason. But I probably, honestly, y'all talk to at least probably 1,000 people. I don't tell. Penny is someone I've had conversations with. I never say that, but Penny does, right? So I don't tell people's business. I'm still a fiduciary, y'all. You can Google me if you want to. Good luck finding me. It's not a challenge. Y'all leave me alone. Y'all not gonna mess up, my business with them people. So I don't pursue Negroes like that. But y'all can trust me. So I don't care if I cuss you out to the deacons. If you reach out to me like Nikki, da 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 da. I'm always happy to have a conversation with somebody. Y'all know that. Like seriously. So definitely, Penny. I probably talked to at least 1,000 people during the duration of the entire app because I do this off the app too, y'all. I love to mentor. I go to resources. I talk about this stuff a lot because I believe in it. I love it personally and professionally. So I'm always happy to be a resource for y'all. I actually love being a resource. It's part of like my happy place, to be perfectly honest. So just putting that message out there. Thank you, Patty, for letting me address it. And sure, Penny, I'll text you, and I'm happy to speak to your friend. Because this is something that happens a lot, y'all. A lot of us are Gen X. We're in the sandwich generation. I personally shared how my father had a stroke, and with everything being in place, the powers of attorney, the documents, y'all, it was like I had to pull over on the road to Louisiana, and it was like, holy shit, it's happening. Like, none of that, you don't think about none of that shit. It's like, oh my God, whew, I'm tearing up now. Thank God my father is fine. Everything is okay. But it's like, that's why we have to talk about it, because when the reality hits, the fucking reality hits. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm so happy we have the POA. You're going to be bawling your eyes out because you get that call that something has happened to your parents, and God forbid something happens to our children. So thank y'all for allowing me to have this PSA. Get your shit together. That's all. And I'm happy to help you get your shit together. So back to the state. She's let me see if she'll come on stage. Okay, there she is. Christy, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. Okay, y'all, this was the friend I was just telling y'all about that's just dealing with a very unfortunate circumstance. Miki, if you guys connect and do a room or something, that'd be great. I'll definitely be there to support. And if there's anything you guys can do, tap in with her. I'm gonna be quiet and let y'all do your. Wait, I'm happy to meet you, Nick. Do you keep going on about this? I don't just have a high school diploma. I don't have a Series 66. You have been perpetuating this for years. And I have people that are in real investing rooms, sir. Do you not know that Marcus and Vintage? Marcus is in my room, sir. You're literally in the Telegram with Marcus. So you're saying that Marcus doesn't come in my rooms? Marcus is a mod in my rooms, boo boo. Do you want to speak to that? You just said no one who goes into real investing rooms doesn't know Miki. I have Marcus's number. Do you want me to ping him in here? Because you're in Marcus's Telegram, sweetheart. Do you have anything to say now? Who, Marcus Bowers? No, Vintage Marcus. Oh, okay. Yeah, Marcus that has. Oh, and of course I know Marcus Bowers. Right. You got anything to say now, Nick? Anything to say now? Are you trying to say that Marcus prays on the? Y'all, he goes saying this, him and Beaver, which is why I have Beaver blocked. Just because I read his ass like about the economy, like season 2, and he's been going around saying shit like this. I don't charge people for my information, but you cat got your tongue, Nick? Need to block him. No, because I love these opportunities. Cat got your tongue. Him and Beaver go in these because Beaver is just in love with me so much. So, Cat got your tongue, Nick? Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this and send it to Vintage. Uh-huh. Yeah. Whatever, crackhead. Ooh, child, you little mega racists get on my nerves. I actually mentioned to Vintage that you were in his spaces. And you know what he told me? He was like, oh, Beaver is a A1. He was like, you behave in those spaces. Because, yeah, I told him how you were a mega person and you called people the N word. So you're tolerated in those spaces with the black man, sweetheart. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that. You didn't pay attention when I joined the Telegram? Yeah, I just had to tell him about himself, y'all. Talking about don't go to Google. What are you gonna do, crackhead? I let y'all know Nugget's a white man, and I got beef with Nugget. I know you're talking about my dog. Leave Nugget alone. Nugget, I can't stand it. Leave him alone. He didn't do nothing to. Leave my dog alone. And also, sometimes somebody will let me know high school diploma. Don't we have like tons of people for like college dropouts? Yeah, Minky, that's not a high school. Or anything. Yeah, but that's you know, see what he did. I just have a high school diploma. Yeah, that is crazy. Reform, Mickey. This is not for already whatever. Just in general, right? Trying to insult somebody by saying, "Oh, you just have a high school diploma." Like I only have a high school diploma, but that doesn't mean I want to. No, but this is like. But I think we have a minimize with nice ones of our accomplishments, right? I mean, her. Oh, you're right. You're right. That and this don't take you, Katrina, at all. For me, if somebody has a PhD, don't come here and claim. And I'm not saying Mickey does. What I'm saying is Mickey doesn't have just a high school diploma, first of all. She's pledged a sorority. You cannot do that unless you have some type of college experience. Right, Mickey? Yeah, no, I've been very open because we've all been together since season 1. But y'all, this man, I literally went off on him about something that he didn't know anything about because he's supposed to be a CPA. He was giving misinformation. Y'all know how I am. It was in one of those rooms. I read his ass. I think it was like Roger's room back in the day. And ever since then, so Beaver tells people that I work for let's see. Which if I did, who cares? If that I work for like H&R Block doing tax returns. I don't hate on people that have jobs. Jobs are jobs, right? So yeah. I'm like, no, this is how retarded people are. Crackhead.
there's nothing wrong with you just having a high school diploma and going forward and getting a job because it's okay, right? College ain't for everybody. Sometimes we just can't afford it. Sometimes we're not. No one has taught us what is out there for like furthering our education and what's available to you. But one thing I do know about me, and y'all, if anybody is in anything when it comes to whether you're in some other sorority or you're part of the Divine Nine, she hasn't changed her name. That's her real name. It's too easy. If somebody wanted to clap her, they would have been clapped her. All your business is on. She got sisters on the app that could have been out in her.
No, we have had all of those discussions. Everybody knows season one, we all had our damn resumes, our LinkedIn profiles. Everybody remembered. Thank y'all. I'm fine, but I have gone toe to toe with this fool. He always says this dumb shit. Let me tell you something else, Nick, since you hate on securities licensed individuals. Donald Trump, because he's a felon, couldn't take a fucking Series 66. And I have a Series 65, crackhead. Get it straight. The Series 66 is a combination of the 63 and 65. I dare you to come up here and challenge me on any fucking thing, because you already know that. In one of my rooms, I had 3 estate planning attorneys. 3. You want to Google them too, motherfucker? Like, I'm tired of you. No, bring this shit on, because I hate this shit. Nobody who knows me, who talks to me, believe your little goofy ass. So you're the only one looking stupid going and saying this stupid shit, crackhead. I literally had vintage yesterday, Patty, the person he says no one who knows.
The other person, I don't know. I don't have an age for them. But
1,000.
just like public now. Y'all know that the opera actually show.
What's that?
Things that God gives His Spirit. I bear the rules and cross of life and light. Given the sign age, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, I say unto thee, I bear the rose and cross of life and life. During the sign, remaining in the sign.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than
That vibe, that's the most important. A lot of us talk, but listen, people do a lot outside it. It to me, they're just being characters. But the real truth, who you are with your significant other, and are you a person of chaos or a person of calm?
Lord have mercy. Actually, why you had to think of going out with people, right? Like, let's just say we was out partying and stuff. You was out with us. If we was like, I don't know, probably at the bar buying like 2 or 3 drinks, would you come up to the bar and be like, guys, stop, it's too much. Okay, it's too much, guys. Would you do that the whole night?
I would just leave because one thing I'm not going to do is be in a public. For me, I like not a chaotic person. Chaos. I don't want arguments. I like peace. That's it.
Yeah, but do you understand that people can go to a section, get drunk and have nothing but peace and fun all night? I mean, I say filthy drunk. Let me take that away because that's out. But I'm saying, yeah, but I'm saying, say you come out, find this room went out, and you were invited, and you came out, and we all having dinner, whatever we're doing. We're at a little lounge, chill spot, safe environment, no ghetto shit, right? Everybody chilling, and then say, I'm like, hey, I got the first round, right? I get around, and then say, Phyllis,
Have all been on business. He's doing another one like this week.
Why is he debating a mentally ill?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's kind of like abuse almost.
That's what everybody tells me. That's what I mean. That's what everybody.
John made a new account called Ayn Rand. That's crazy.
Kind of old now.
John, do you an audience?
Any type of atheist who have room for arguments or reasoning. You're more like the scientific type of guy. We call it.
Oh my God, Tim, he's not. Like, trust me, he's not.
See him as the scientist. We would say he's in the category of the scientism. To him,
This is
crazy. It's crazy how much these people think so highly of people.
would you acknowledge science?
not a PhD student now.
I'm not a professor. You need to finish here.
Oh, hey, where I moved. Yeah, I'm not.
You're just a professor. Tim, I know that. He's not a reason with this.
I'm not gonna flat earth coffee then. I'm gonna change my name to Dr. Professor.
Okay, do whatever you want. Nobody cares.
Your voice is
Just
going
a
to go
little
away.
first.
Well,
Tim, like, I swear he's not that what you think he is. I understand.
Yeah.
Once we're not dealing with us, and
I've had, like, I don't need anybody to tell me about my.
well, apparently you don't know.
We had enough. Well, when I don't know, at least when I don't know, I don't know the experience.
I don't have so many fans, right? I kind of like at first.
I have so many fans. Like, I'm a fucking gossip girl, and then everyone gets upset with me. Want to be gossip about people, right? And then, I don't know why everyone's so upset with me.
Again, Fatima literally follows me around. YouTube.
We were here before you came in.
No, I know. Well, because
you were in our room the whole day. You were in my own room.
Yeah.
Block me. Do it. I don't give a shit.
Alright, Abby, getting blocked, man.
Oh, that's God. Thank fucking God. I literally begged God, like, let's see him. Please block me.
Sorry, a woman born.
See, God exists. It literally gives me world.
A woman born, Abby.
If you want me to attack you, just ask me.
You have to attack me. That's
You want that? I can do it, and you will not shut up. I know everyone in this room, so
you don't have to attack anyone. You can just say, you know what? Nah, I'm not. Or you know what? Yeah, that's why I'm gonna attack you.
no, I prefer that.
Whoever it was, don't worry. One door shuts, another one opens.
Exactly.
So whoever he was, forget about him. Let him go.
I'm literally biting my tongue. And you should be grateful I'm biting my tongue. Because if I didn't, like you would like also block me.
No, don't hold on to it.
Well, you want me to be honest?
Is it he? He? Am I wrong with the gender?
Listen, I'm the libertarian, so
You want
It's not right now.
I will speak.
Like everything.
Hey, she keeps it real. It's all right. Just keep it real.
I will always keep it real.
People don't say we're online. She's not in the job anymore. I'm not looking to hire her.
One room has more and
But what about for men? Don't they get their versions or something like that?
yes, they do. Being a man is a blessing. Being a woman is just pure agony,
Oh,
pure pain.
straight up with that.
Nothing. There's nothing good about being a woman. So I don't understand why Piper wants to become a woman, you know, when you're blessed. It's XY.
Because it only took you when you're a man to be that fucking pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the Muslim world, of course. Me as a Muslim, you know. Apparently, I am, according to CM. So yeah, I'm gonna log this one now.
Fucking Muslim. I've never heard you espouse any kind of Muslim rhetoric, not once.
Oh, I used to troll on this app as a Muslim.
But there is a judgment. Why would you do that?
I don't know. It was like holding. He was calling me Palestinian. So that's why I became quote unquote Muslim. But
Imagine of heaven.
to the role play. But yeah. What?
Oh yeah. I'm watching fucking Sam Shimon react to like fucking Andrew Wilson basically criticizing the shit out of fucking David. And like David Woods is like fucking getting burned.
The obvious, but bringing it up right away. So bringing it up.
Technology is so he's like getting fucking cooked by Andrew Wilson, fucking asking him all these questions about like what his views are on Christianity is, and it just seems like he's pointing out that basically David Wood is a grifter. So his content revolves around like. Has he ever given me advice?
He's giving you time with him. That's the thing is, man.
But the
Oh, you got affiliation with paying for it.
Yeah, and I'm still ruling the fucking show. I don't think you fans can climb a fucking molehill.
Like, I did make it real. That's
TJ, do you, serious, just tell me, do you really work there?
I'm 50 years old. 23 months. در قبالش ایران حمله موشکی پهپادی میکنه خیلی گسترده به اسرائیل. خیلی گسترده به اسرائیل. اسرائیل جواب بیاد بده جلوشو میگیره بایدن. So that's the end of the South. Finished. End of the point. Finished. تموم شد.
Symbolically, that makes it the same vibe as climate change activism. High civilization, high Western civilization. I mean, it's the technology that you just get. I mean, it comes out of a war, it comes out of the military. It's this just extraordinary feat of scientific ingenuity and what's what.
If you keep zoning out mid conversation and forgetting what people just said, the next 30 seconds will change your life. 43, and my assignment says I have the best viewers on the team. I was training 9 minutes a day a month ago.
Religions is essentially an anti-civilization view that
My feet turn gold in your eyes, and my whole night broken too. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath and all. Don't run from this feeling. One more second, you can't stop. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Everyone gets named, fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs. Name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can't be. Stop thinking. It's all. It's no. Oh, don't from the sea. You can't stop. Stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take my hand. I bring your heart. Now it's born. Wisdom of God, yours alone. It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Storms on the feeling. Second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, it's your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Its name, then say, I don't need 1,000 sounds. Slow deep breath, one grave skin, and this can't be. Stop thinking. Take a deep breath. Slow from the feeling. Feel my God. Stay near if I breathe. Pull me through, teach my hands.
Miss Casualty!
Can I hold with you? Tell my
Casualty!
wisdom of God, balancing all, wisdom of God. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God is now true. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart and light. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. When you touched my trouble, my whole room stopped thinking. Your promise take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 not 9, stay. I shall know that the chosen priest, that soul of infinite space, is the Prince priest of peace. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16 for he is ever a sun and shield. To him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping star light. But ye are not so chosen. They teeming blood upon their brows, O speckless serpent. 19, oh, azure, linen, what bent upon them. 20, your rituals, is it secret? Which I have given unto Now ye shall know the chosen prince, my son in space, is love springs to me. And this woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power in. They shall gather might to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts. For he is ever sought and she alone. So in secret prayers and to her to wings our love. To these are fools, the 12, come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. That's when my ecstasy is yours. My joy is to see your joy. For the gentleness yours and make a splendor of in ecstasy, kiss the secret arms of the stars. That man of their gods and their men, 12 come forth, children, under the stars, take your fill of love. 13 of you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Clean above the chest that you make it splendor of ecstasy. Lord, is to see your agenda, the naked splendor Is to see your joy. So stop. I servants be few and seek that things. So stop.